Amidst the deafening cheers of the thousands of spectators present in the studio, the host's jubilant voice rang out with steady, rhythmic energy. Unbelievable! Ladies and gentlemen, tens of millions of players, hundreds of brutal battlefields, and a series of classic turnarounds. Overcoming all adversity and cutthroat competition. The one and only champion who survived until the very last moment. She didn't shy away at all. Instead of backing down, she confronted it head-on. Instead of hesitating, she charged straight forward. The host glanced at the scoreboard and then drew a deep breath before shouting loudly. And finally, she has etched a legend from the virtual reality world into real life. Everyone, remember this moment. The first ever season champion of the livestream tournament. Player Shin Hae-yun. Reflex speed faster than a blink. Instinct surpassing even the highest precision, and an unparalleled physique that no one else could replicate. With the already hyped script in hand, the host simply pushed the audience's emotions to new heights. She has transcended the boundaries of an ordinary gamer to become a legend. Player Shin Hae-yun will close her journey on this stage to prepare for her debut in the professional arena. That's right. Who will be the one to claim this ultimate glory in the next season? 6 years later, in a luxurious high-rise building located in the heart of a bustling district, the reception area was somehow more crowded than usual. Yet, the vast research lab maintained its inherent silence, allowing the scientists to focus on their work. Suddenly, a massive machine pod unexpectedly opened. The man lying inside had just opened his eyes when he heard a gentle inquiry echoing in his ears. "How are you feeling?" Ji-hai watched the man's bewildered expression with excitement and continued speaking. "It's been a long time since you played a game, hasn't it?" Seo-jun waited for her to finish before responding immediately. "It's true. It's much less dizzying than before. My body also feels much lighter." A soft sigh escaped his lips, making Ji-hai unable to hold back a chuckle. Even so, she didn't forget her job and went straight to the point. "Can you come over here for a second? This new generation machine pod is integrated with all our company's most advanced technology to optimize performance. Thanks to that, even those with physical disabilities can experience smooth gameplay. Of course, in cases with a low synchronization rate like yours, Seo-jun, as long as you play within the regulated time, there won't be any issues." Upon hearing that, he looked up and asked immediately, "How much does this model cost?" The straightforward question made Ji-hai hesitate for a few seconds. "Well, that was before. Well, the price is 100 million won." The long string of zeros made Seo-jun freeze. 100 million won. While Ji-hai was smiling awkwardly, wondering if that price was too much, he was busy contemplating the balance in his account and sighed. Balance insufficient. Current total assets, 458 won. Ji-hai looked at his crestfallen face, not daring to prolong the silence any further, and spoke up herself. "That's why I have this special proposal for you, Seo-jun. Do you want to hear it?" Seo-jun slowly stepped into the Viapod, a device that satisfies the aspirations of modern people by integrating virtual reality into countless different industries. But among them, the field that makes people the most fanatical is undoubtedly the machine pod that rapidly transferred Seo-jun's consciousness straight into the dragon's head for a top-tier knockout. The giant dragon tumbled down to the ground, giving Seo-jun a chance to let out a sigh before landing. Perhaps it is because of the adrenaline it stimulates in both players and viewers. Video games have always been the field people love most, with an overwhelming sense of realism that makes one find it hard to believe they are in a virtual world. When the start signal was released by the system, incredibly stunning skills began to be unleashed by the players. Seo-jun had been drawn into that world as naturally as that, and the whole world also erupted with a virtual reality gaming fever. Yet, Seo-jun had collapsed inside the machine pod before even a year had passed. It was all because the synchronization rate required to move like in real life within the virtual world was much lower than the average, standing at only 10%. That bitter truth made Seo-jun sit despondently, checking news on his phone while riding the bus. The stifling frustration caused the young man to sigh. "I had hoped, just because they said this machine could play games regardless of a low synchronization rate. But no matter what, 100 million is still way too expensive." They're ripping me off. I should have known not to touch games in the first place. But now I'm craving the feeling of playing again. Seo Jun leaned his arm against the window frame, looking outside with intense focus. Subconsciously, he sighed wearily as a vague thought crossed his mind. Why did I even get involved in this machine gaming thing back then? Nighttime at a dreary apartment complex. The host cheers on the TV echoed throughout the space. A new record set this week. The first season champion in Korea. Player Shin Hyun, upon hearing that, commented excitedly. Oh damn, that's insane. The scale of this is huge. Even the professional players currently competing are participating in this exhibition match. Seo Jun, just returning home, cleared his throat and asked, "What are you watching that you turned the volume up so high?" His sudden appearance startled the other man. "Oh, you're back. This exhibition match of the tournament is incredibly addicting, man." Seo Jun saw his friend so happy. So he sat down next to Tae-woo and started chatting. "Is that tournament really that famous?" They run ads for it constantly. Surprisingly, that question made him noticeably tense. "Are you crazy? Asking if this tournament is famous. Do you know how offensive that is to people who don't play machine games?" Seo Jun remained confused by his friend's slightly exaggerated reaction. "What's wrong with you?" Tae-woo, annoyed, started explaining like a die-hard fan. The livestream tournament drew 15 million views on its first broadcast. Counting only in Korea, an annual tournament attracts at least 1 million viewers. And if you include the international audience, this is a massive tournament with over 15 million views. Except for the professional tournaments, this is the grandest one out there. Hearing that, Seo Jun asked tentatively, what kind of weapons do they usually use? Even though he didn't understand the point of his friend's naive question, Tae-woo still answered sincerely. There are bows and magic too, but honestly, using a sword is still the most powerful. As soon as he finished, he observed his friend's attitude, not expecting Seo Jun to be lost in his own thoughts like he was on another planet. Using a sword, huh? Tae-woo, watching his friend look so dazed, angrily shoveled a bunch of chips in his mouth. But it's not like you're good just because you pick up a sword. Last year, I tried to swing a sword around too, only to be eliminated in the qualifying round. And the result was just some crappy, gray-tier loot. He hadn't even finished his rant before he nearly choked on his words due to Seo Jun's cold comment. So, you mean as long as you're a newbie, you can register to participate regardless of whether it's famous or not, right? The jab quickly made Tae-woo lose his temper. Hey, I'm actually pretty good. You should know that without a reputation, getting a spot in a league tournament is a real pain. Got it. He couldn't have cared less, instead brushing his ear and sighing, his head spinning. When Tae-woo cooled down, he asked, "But why are you asking about the league tournament today? Usually, you don't care about these machine pods or live streams at all." Seo Jun was silent for a few seconds before answering softly. "Just asking." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate wildly. Seo Jun opened his phone, and the question about Ji-Hai's earlier offer hit him straight in the face. The memory from this morning quickly rushed back into Seo Jun's mind. In the league tournament organized by the Tourism Board, a new generation machine pod has been added to the list of prizes. As long as you agree to participate in this tournament, I will grant you an exception and lend you a machine pod for free to use until the tournament ends. Ji-Hai saw Seo Jun's surprised expression and excitedly closed the deal with confidence. "What do you think?" Back in reality, he quickly asked tentatively, "How about I try participating in the league tournament?" Tae-woo, who was just going along with everything a second ago because of the TV, suddenly turned to him with an unreadable expression. "What did you just say?" Seo Jun naturally felt his friend's confusion, but answered gently. "I said I would try to participate in the league tournament. Don't you think I'd make something happen if I got serious about it?" The other's carefree attitude made Tae-woo let out a long sigh. "Do you think the league tournament is a national singing competition where anyone can just hop in? Where does that excessive confidence come from?" The cold words made Seo Jun sigh with disappointment. Taking advantage of his friend not paying attention, he silently retreated into his own private thoughts. "I've thought about it a lot. About the real reason I'm so eager to return to those machine games. I want to enjoy the glory I once possessed as a sword god one more time." Because his deep consciousness quickly brought Seo Jun back to the moment he stood alone in the old forest. His sharp gaze suddenly reflected a lethal image. before his body instinctively tilted to wait for the swarm of monsters to descend upon him. Seo Jun gently drew his prized sword and calmly handled the humanoid monsters without a hint of hesitation. How could he forget his lonely stance among the bodies he had just defeated? Suyun, the man who seemed like a loser, still holds his memories from a past life intact. Whether Seo Jun wanted it or not, memories kept flooding back. A secret black market that only opened on full moon nights. Even at that bottom of society, Seo Jun was just a piece of merchandise waiting to be used. In his past life, that slave was him. If the moment had actually been peaceful, without blood splattered everywhere, a strange man would have suddenly appeared and handled the vile human traffickers. Everything happened in a flash right before Seo Jun's eyes. While he was still dazed, not knowing what to do, the man offered, "Hey kid, want to come with me?" If Master Han Suk hadn't appeared then, offering a rare act of kindness in that ungrateful place, then the past of a genius saved from the brink of despair, along with the burden of being a righteous leader amidst all the jealousy and expectations, or a sword god of the past would never have existed. Seo Jun kept remembering the past, nodding and smiling like a madman. "Master, but what good is it being a sword god in a past life?" Tae-woo stood by, watching his friend behave like he was possessed, and muttered irritably, "This guy's crazy." Seo Jun lowered his voice, turning to talk to his friend. "What did you just say?" Surprisingly, Tae-woo didn't fear him, but raised an eyebrow in response. "I said you're crazy. Spending money on this just to join a live stream tournament. Does that sound reasonable?" His aggressive appearance made Seo Jun frown. "Why are you getting so worked up? Why wouldn't it be reasonable?" Tae-woo was silent for a few seconds to gather his script, and then unleashed it all. "Do you know how strict the requirements are to join the league tournament? If you aren't an established newbie, you're not getting anywhere near it." Tae-woo looked at his friend's blank face and sighed, explaining, "You think being famous is easy? You need to know how to talk, smile at the end of the stream. Like, comment, subscribe, turn on notifications. In-game reflexes." As he spoke, Tae-woo pretended to dance to illustrate his point. Whether Seo Jun wanted to listen or not, he happily posed and acted out, mentioning humor and needing to know how to edit videos too. Even if you could do all that, plenty of people still fail because nobody watches them. You haven't even touched the virtual pod before. So how are you going to play? The sharp argument made Seo Jun glance at the machine pod behind him in confusion. When he asked for confirmation once again, is there no way to rise purely through skill? A simple question made Tae-woo chuckle and mutter, "This guy is really stubborn. Actually, there's one way. That is the level of Shin Ha-yeon, the one hailed with the most flowery words. The top-tier #1 gamer in Korea, more famous than actual celebrities." Seo Jun showed no admiration. Instead, he displayed the excessive calmness of someone skeptical of mass media. "Really? I'm better than her. Actually, I used this virtual pod once. A long time ago." Naturally, that calm, flowing statement didn't reach Tae-woo's ears. "That's absolute nonsense. Did you hear a single word I just said? This isn't working. I have to teach you a practical lesson." He walked toward the machine pod and invited him. "Get in. If you're actually better than Shin Ha, no, you just need to be better than me. From now on, I'll do all the chores." His friend had made a bet, so Seo Jun wasn't shy, suppressing a secret smile, and quickly agreed to the deal almost immediately. Deal. A moment later, Seo Jun crawled into the machine pod to get into position, while the system was busy connecting to the virtual reality world. With 10 seconds left, he was busy falling into his own separate thoughts. "Newbie, huh? To be honest, this is an industry I've never been interested in." But Seo Jun took a deep breath and let his mind drift out. Suddenly, his subconscious conjured the image of Han Suk. His gentle, warm voice echoed throughout Seo Jun's mind. "No one starts off more skillful than they are clumsy. If you hesitate just because you've never tried, you'll never achieve anything." Just as that advice ended, a blinding light appeared in his eyes. Seo Jun slowly opened his eyes. The strange, ancient scenery around him left him stunned for a moment. "This place is..." Before Seo Jun could do anything, the system suddenly announced, "Kim Tae-woo has entered the training room." He appeared and grinned. "You in?" Seo Jun pulled back his swirling curiosities to respond. "Yeah, what is this place?" Sensing his friend's interest, Tae-woo lazily guided him. This is the basic game pre-installed in the virtual pod, where you fight against an AI to set a record. When Seo-jun revealed his ignorance. Can I just fight you? Tae-woo, who was handing things to his friend, couldn't help but chuckle. Here, take this. I don't know how to hold back if I fight. You might get injured. Beat my maximum AI here, then we'll say you won the bet. A system parameter board suddenly appeared, leaving Seo-jun completely baffled. Tae-woo didn't even need to look to know. He should just go ahead and explain. The AI here has levels from 1 to 10. The higher the level, the stronger it is. The final level, level 10, will simulate the person with the best performance among those who pass level 9. And Shin Hae-yeon has dominated that spot for 5 years now. But anyway, to get to level 10, you have to pass level 9. And that's not easy. The words hadn't even finished when he was stunned to see the system screen open. Turns out Seo-jun had chosen the difficulty level on his own at some point, and the system was rushing to summon an AI. Solo state has been set. The match will begin now. Tae-woo looked at his cold face and laughed. What's going on? You picked already? What level did you pick? Don't tell me you're being reckless and jumping levels. Just a tick later, the AI rushed towards Seo-jun with a sword. It had just raised its sword when he blocked the attack easily. The sound of clashing swords made Tae-woo clear his throat and laugh. What's wrong with this guy? He looks so arrogant. Meanwhile, Seo-jun calmly received every strike from the AI. But when it started playing dirty, swinging its sword forward, Seo-jun easily dodged with a cool maneuver. Before the AI could react, he swung his sword, drawing a line across its body. A light attack that could strip half of the AI's health bar. That information left Tae-woo, observing from the outside, shocked and speechless. Just luck. Meanwhile, Seo-jun stood still, waiting for the AI's next move. As soon as it attacked the forbidden zone, he immediately swung his sword, causing it to lose its orientation. Before the AI could regain its senses, Seo-jun quickly slashed it several times. Just as the AI tried to raise its sword for a dirty slash, he quickly made a slash that severed its robotic arm from its body. When the AI's arm fell to the ground, Tae-woo was shocked until his face turned pale. The AI, having been beaten to a pulp, felt the killing intent and looked up. Seo-jun gently stepped over its limp arm. That sound made the AI look up. Seo-jun only waited for that moment, so it could clearly see his victory smile. Then he gently sent his opponent to AI heaven. The thin blade was drawn by Seo-jun from its body, allowing the AI to be recalled by the system. The system's dinging sound as it analyzed data echoed continuously. Just a tick later, it displayed Seo-jun's achievements after the recent battle. You have won the level 9 match, health at 10%. Time, 2 minutes 23 seconds. Current ranking, 107. That image left Tae-woo frozen. What? Level 9? The AI he just smashed was level 9. Wait, that means the next match will be. The system quickly set up a new AI figure. Waiting for it to be set up and ignite its energy, Tae-woo felt a variable coming and stepped back a few steps. Shin Hae-yeon. A horrifying scene that made Tae-woo hold his breath, because the person who would fight against the Shin Hae-yeon AI was his quiet friend. Seo-jun, what on earth is happening to this guy? At the laboratory, Soo-min strictly called Ji-hai. Director, why did you do that when you received that confusing question from him? What do you mean? Soo-min quickly clarified her thoughts. That free loan thing. You didn't have to be that generous. Honestly, he looks like the type who wouldn't be able to crawl in a joust his whole life. Her brain also conveniently imagined Seo-jun's attitude when agreeing to Ji-hai's offer. From now on, this virtual pod is mine. She waited for her subordinate. Finishing, she let out a sigh. I just feel regretful seeing a talent go to waste. Soo-min quickly grasped the key word and raised an eyebrow. Talent. Ji-hai kept staring at Seo-jun's file, lost in thought. Back then, when he couldn't even reach the minimum synchronization rate, I already saw that he was something very different. His skills now far surpassed those days. I don't want to let him go, Soo-min. Ji-hai slowly sighed and spoke with a vague tone. It's true that he's still a long way from meeting the requirements to participate, but if he actually manages to get in, I think he could win. Meanwhile, inside the system's training space, Seo-jun was leisurely sparring with Shin Hae-yeon. The tense sword fight made Tae-woo break into a cold sweat. Could he really win? A thought crossed his mind, making him rush to press the record button. A belief quickly emerged that made Taewoo unable to help but smile darkly. If he really wins, this is truly a goldmine of content. Meanwhile, Seo-jun was still busy sword fighting with Shin Ha-yun. As he flicked his sword to push the opponent away, the Shin Ha-yun AI quickly regained its stance, stopping itself from flying away by pressing its hands and feet against the arena floor. The opponent's agility made Seo-jun slightly impressed. Indeed worthy of the name, Shin Ha-yun. I realized it before, but she is more talented than anyone I've ever met in my past life. Thinking of that, Seo-jun didn't forget to praise himself. Oh wait, except for one person. That sudden moment of hesitation made Taewoo scream. Hey, what are you doing? In just a short tick of a second, Shin Ha-yun capitalized on her opponent's distraction to pierce Seo-jun with her sword. That result quickly made Taewoo abandon all his previous hopes for him. Yeah, that's exactly right. How did you manage to keep up with Shin Ha-yun's speed? Surprisingly, Seo-jun calmly pulled out the sword Shin Ha-yun had plunged into his stomach and tossed it to the ground without even bothering to answer his friend. A thought flashed through Seo-jun's mind as he watched Shin Ha-yun jump backward without feeling a bit of pain, not even a drop of blood on her. Seo-jun looked at the notification that he had lost one hit point and leisurely commented, "Virtual reality is truly top tier." His unexpectedly calm demeanor made Taewoo frown in confusion. Don't tell me you let yourself get hit on purpose to test it. Seo-jun didn't refute him, instead shrugging nonchalantly. I was just curious. While the two were busy chatting, Shin Ha-yun suddenly switched to a new sword, replacing the old one. It slowly crouched low, lowering its center of gravity, and then quickly sprinted towards Seo-jun. That sudden speed forced him to match her velocity to parry. On one side was the Shin Ha-yun AI, a replica of the strongest modern player, and on the other was Seo-jun, who in his past life possessed the strongest sword Dao of the ancient era. Both sides quickly let their blades meet the opponent's strike unexpectedly, creating a powerful wave of shockwaves. While Seo-jun calmly deflected the sword downward, Shin Ha-yun was slightly disoriented because she had never encountered such a situation before and stood frozen. In her energy glass, alarm screens that shouldn't have been there began to appear. That brief bit of information was quickly read by Seo-jun, and he decided to flick his sword, pushing Shin Ha-yun backward. Before she could recover, he kicked Shin Ha-yun hard in the stomach. The rushed attack made her anxiously leap backward to maintain a safe distance. Inside her head, the cold voice of the system rang out. -4 health points. Seo-jun looked at the motionless Shin Ha-yun and mocked. What's wrong? Not rushing it anymore. He leaned back slightly to gain momentum before leaping up. Then that's fine. Seo-jun gently appeared behind the misty smoke to fly right before Shin Ha-yun's eyes. His proactive attack forced her to raise her sword to block the strike. The fact that both sides deflected with such strong force caused the two blades to create sparks from the friction. But just a tick later, cracks appeared on Shin Ha-yun's blade. That image instantly left Taewoo stunned. Wait, no way. Before he could utter a word, Seo-jun slashed Shin Ha-yun's sword in half. His massive shockwave even pushed her far away. Everything went exactly as Seo-jun had planned, making him unable to stop a premature smile of victory. Under the twilight light arranged by the system, he slowly leveled his sword across the AI's face. Before delivering the final blow, Seo-jun didn't forget to mock her. Train for another 80 years, and you might stand a chance against me. As soon as he finished the sentence, he delivered a finishing slash across Shin Ha-yun's neck. The system received all the information and quickly reported the result. You won the match. Under Taewoo's gaze, which was filled with awe and fear, Seo-jun just chatted leisurely. Hey, you small seed Shin Ha-yun. As that sentence ended, the system updated with crucial information. The level 10 owner has changed. Is this enough skill to be a pro streamer now? The next day, at that same basic rental apartment, Seo-jun lay lazily on the sofa, acting superior. While you're at it, go buy some food. After the shock of the previous day, Taewoo now had to act as a servant in the literal sense for him. How did you cook these noodles so they're not fully cooked? Remember to vacuum the living room later. The laundry isn't folded yet either. After you eat, go wash the dishes too. Everything was because of that unbeatable bet, so Taewoo could only cry in silence. Didn't he say he wouldn't accept any resistance? Meanwhile, Seo Jun finished eating and headed into the small private room, the place with the machine pod, to prepare for the day's work. I already installed the game yesterday. Now I'll go in and set up the live stream room. Seo Jun nervously closed his eyes to let the machine pod system take his consciousness far away. That glimmer of light appeared once again. Not knowing how much time had passed, Seo Jun slowly lifted his heavy eyelids. The space around him was so minimalist and cold that he felt slightly dazed. Seo Jun blankly looked around in all directions. Where is this place? The basic system screen suddenly appeared. It introduced itself as if answering Seo Jun's question. This is your personal lobby. Feel free to prepare before entering the game. He began scratching his chin, nodding like a 70-year-old man. All right. Streamers interact with viewers right in their lobby. So this is the place. I should probably decorate this place properly one of these days. All right, let me turn on the streamer mode first. The #1 game streaming platform, Chae-deo, quickly appeared before Seo Jun's eyes. A crisp thought quickly passed through his mind like a passing wind. Right now, I have only one goal: to attract enough followers as a streamer to meet the standards. The system suddenly announced, your live stream will begin now. Seo Jun slowly lowered his breathing. The game he chose, Dawn of the Assassin Squad, is this one. A medieval-themed game where players must take down targets using the most bizarre tricks imaginable. Seo Jun nodded repeatedly, proud of his decision. It had already hit over 2 million viewers on its first day of release. And even though a week had passed, its appeal hadn't faded. Perfect for a beginner like himself. In the pitch-black night, a grappling hook was fired by someone onto a stone wall. The sharp hook quickly took hold, allowing the shooter to leap up. Seo Jun, who now had a new interface in-game, was grabbing the rope and running up the wall. Only after a few minutes was he able to touch the top floor of the building. Thanks to techniques acquired in his past life, Seo Jun gently arrived where he needed to be in just a split second. He leisurely leaned over to look at the magnificent city below. A sudden gust of wind blew off his hood, revealing Seo Jun's new appearance. All right, shall we start? Time to go live. The system suddenly displayed a title for his live stream. Newbie streamer playing for the first time. Are there any experts here to teach a newbie? Seo Jun, upon reading those words, thought blankly. Mr. Tae-woo sure knows how to pick a sensational title. I wonder if it actually works. He recalled his friend's confident words earlier. Buddy, when it comes to live streaming seniority, I'm your senior. Trust me, you'll definitely pull in a ton of viewers. Go watch it. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. But I'm not exactly a complete novice to these virtual reality games, either. After that moment of amusement, Seo Jun quickly turned serious and looked down, where the magnificent buildings reeked of money. Seo Jun slowly scanned the characters who were well-equipped and moved like contemporaries in real life. The uniform environmental design made Seo Jun feel strangely happy. The background is immersive. Have to admit the graphics are well invested. He was so excited he chuckled subconsciously. Suddenly, there were footsteps approaching from behind Seo Jun. He slowly turned around at the soft call. Dang, this mission might be a one-way trip for you. Seo Jun quickly read the correct system dialogue. Christina, have we ever done a job that wasn't dangerous? Before she could say any more lines, Seo Jun frowned in thought. The tutorial is already running automated dialogue, and the voices are different too. So this character's name is Dane? Looks pretty cool. As Christina turned her face, revealing confusion, Seo Jun smiled, letting his husky voice fly with the wind. Once you want to take someone's life, you have to be prepared to give your own. Christina, upon hearing about life and death, regained her composure and cleared her throat. Yeah, that's right, but still be careful. They might have already sniffed you out. But unlike his opponent's worry, Seo Jun nonchalantly brushed off her concern. Don't worry, just go to the tavern and wait for me. Surprisingly, Christina not only didn't follow his instructions, but also handed him a pre-folded piece of paper. Under the other's confused gaze, she quickly began vaguely. Nothing is true. Remain skeptical of everything. Hearing that line, Seo Jun smirked excitedly. It's starting now. Then he continued the dialogue set by the system as he took the paper. Even chaos, right? After parting with Christina, Seo-jun quickly ran across the rooftops of the buildings. He pulled out a thick piece of fabric and held it firmly in his hand. Having determined his destination, Seo-jun quickly let himself slide along the rope, gliding over the cable. As he neared the destination, he immediately let go of the rope, stepping on the top of a streetlight, then gently landed like a martial artist without a speck of dust. Seo-jun's eyes even retained the look of the god of death from years ago. By the time the system announced that the automated tutorial mode had ended, he had returned to his usual dim-witted appearance. Oh, done. Seo-jun hurriedly regained his spirit to continue playing this game. Go this way. Is there no path left? Before his eyes, small snippets of information suddenly appeared. The optimization is terrible. Climb up using the water pipes. This exact line made Seo-jun feel uneasy. He lazily compared his hand to the heap of pipes marked on the wall, which told him to grab them to climb up. As soon as Seo-jun's hand touched a small water pipe, his entire body seemed to be triggered by some kind of energy, allowing him to leap high up. A moment later, Seo-jun landed right on the rooftop of the building. The skillful climbing made him visibly surprised. Oh, what's this? The body moves automatically and smoothly. The interaction is truly realistic. Finished? I guess I was a bit stiff before because I was in automatic mode. Suddenly, the newbie quest appeared before Seo-jun's eyes. Assassin target. Itor is a high-ranking noble and a middleman for a secret organization. The Assassin Guild has assigned member Dane to handle him. Completion condition. Itor must die. Seo-jun read all those old words and sighed. In short, I just need to kill the guy named Itor, and that's it. Have to admit, this game gives directions very thoroughly. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system automatically dropped a rope downward. Seo-jun carefully climbed down, silently commenting in his heart. It guides me through the basics step by step like this, so it's easy to breathe. Suddenly, this great-grandfather stopped everything he was doing, all because a crazy idea was quickly passing through Seo-jun's head. I wonder what happens if I let go while climbing. Do I really have to slide all the way to the bottom of the rope? It's probably fine to let go halfway, right? My gut tells me so. This way is faster. No sooner had his gut thought it than Seo-jun let go, and it was over. His body, as expected, fell and hit the ground, no different from a ripe durian falling from a tree. A moment later, Seo-jun regained his composure, sitting up and groaning. Yeah, that didn't work. Unexpectedly, it was that very unconscious action that made the comment section appear before his eyes. Seo-jun scanned and read all the existing comments. The streamer is a true newbie. Watching newbies act like clowns is so addictive. Don't tell me you're acting. Laughing to death. Accurate. When I first started playing, I was just as clueless. He shyly recited a spell in his heart. Oh wait, I'm still live. Keep forgetting. Since when did 4 people start watching? Thought there would be no one watching. Turns out the title is actually effective. Seo-jun imagined Taewoo's excited face upon knowing this news and thought, I told you so. Then he gently interacted with the viewers. Sorry everyone, I just noticed the chat. The audience split into 2 opinions for a moment. This streamer is pretty entertaining, not gonna lie. Stop wasting time and move faster. Don't be sluggish. Keep going. But the thing Seo-jun noticed was only one. Why are these people's account names so weird? Are they all random eccentrics who wandered in here? Come to think of it, Taewoo told him that when first starting a live stream, you have to practice talking to yourself to fill the silence. Even if there's no one or only one viewer, don't worry too much about that number. The most important thing is interaction. That made Seo-jun fall into a private analysis zone in his head. The reason they chose to watch his channel instead of the big ones is definitely because they want actual interaction, whereas in big channels, the chat moves like the wind and cleans everything out. Let me try talking naturally. Said and done. Seo-jun started a Q&A session with the viewers who were willing to watch him. Is Mr. 7 really a newbie? Yeah, I am. Check the account. It's reliable. Only created 2 days ago. Can you see that too? Of course. If you don't want others to see, hide it. Oh, that's annoying. Too lazy to hide the personal page, but play games for 100 years? When will you finally do the mission? Going there now. Not knowing how much time had passed, Seo-jun finally reached the mansion of Count Itor. While he leisurely commented on reaching it pretty quickly, The viewers weren't very comfortable with the image they were seeing. Looks like a haunted house. Creepy. God, the sound of crows sounds chilling to the bone. Not knowing what to do first, Seo Jun started asking for help from the audience. What should I do first? Should I just walk straight in through the front door? Only to receive a tense reaction from them. Truly reckless. Reeks of a newbie. Wait, don't. Christina's letter said not to do that. The last comment had just appeared when Seo Jun opened that paper right away. Ah, that's right, there's a letter. He squinted at the contents on the paper and muttered, interacting with the viewers. It says here a tour is in the second floor bedroom, and there are about 20 guards, and weapons include. No sooner had he said that than Seo Jun summoned his hot gear. His left hand was also covered by the system for a few seconds before revealing a small piece of armor around his hand. Seo Jun blankly looked at the two items he was equipped with. A sword hidden in a walking cane and spiked gauntlets. His naive appearance made the viewers unable to help but explain. Those items are just default tutorial weapons. However, Seo Jun himself didn't pay much attention to that matter. His goal was just to take down a Tor. That was more than enough. Thinking that, he sheathed his sword, then gently marched straight into the enemy's front door. All right, I'm going in. That decisive behavior made the audience flutter like a mother hen watching her chick run onto the train tracks. Wait, this newbie is crazy, stop. When Seo Jun calmly turned to ask what was wrong, everyone sighed in unison, reminding him. My God, didn't you finish reading Christina's letter? Please follow the instructions in the letter. Forget him. He has to die a few times to get wiser. Today, the King of Hell is preparing to welcome another soul. A series of strange reactions force Seo Jun to purse his lips and think. People are reacting so strongly, huh? Not thinking of anything clever, he decided to ask directly. Is walking through the front door not allowed? A viewer just messaged. Do you know what ganking civilians means? Seo Jun revealed his ignorance immediately. What's that? That sincere, questioning look made the other person start to reveal mercy by messaging to teach him thoroughly. In this game, if you're discovered while doing a mission, the NPCs will be buffed. Normally, people just go stealthily. But sometimes, veterans like to play crazily, just walking straight into the front door and stabbing everyone. That suicidal playstyle is called ganking civilians. Seo Jun skimmed through the comments content and quickly asked more. Does that mean it's impossible to beat the tutorial by playing crazily? The other person didn't think much and said straight out. Who knows if anyone has ever done it? There's a guy who farmed for about 10 hours, then felt so helpless he had to give up and follow the normal path to get the first ending, then said he would come back for revenge later. Even the veterans on the forum haven't seen anyone post about doing. Hearing that, Seo Jun couldn't help but chuckle. So, it's not that it's impossible, it's just that no one has done it yet, right? The other person couldn't see the change in attitude on his face and gently confided like a longtime best friend. Yeah, unless you have mastery like Shin Haiyun, maybe you could. The familiar name made Seo Jun choose to step forward. Shin Haiyun. He gently pulled his hat over his head and flashed a bright smile. All right, let's see. The blood moon scenery surrounding Ator's mansion created an indescribable horror atmosphere. Until this very second, Seo Jun slowly soaked in the bizarre atmosphere here and stood frozen for a beat. Oh, seeing it up close, this pressure is no joke. But they say letting viewers look down on you a little is the art of creating content. He calmly read the series of comments, scrolling past his eyes, closing the deal. The poster is poor right here. Anyone want to bet on which turn this guy gets pissed off and turns off the game? It's never going to pass. Die fast so you can play from the start to save time. You guys are too harsh on him. What is this newbie doing? Don't know. Does he even know who Shin Haiyun is to brag like that? Those harsh words were not as important to Seo Jun as another matter. 3 more people joined. Turns out you have to create drama to attract customers. Anyway, as long as they don't go too far, just relax. Seo Jun's soft footsteps quickly attracted the attention of the mansion guards. They hurriedly took a defensive stance and shouted loudly, "Who's that?" While the comments started to turn on sarcasm mode. Oh my, caught as soon as you enter. Just like I said, I told you he would die right here. Seo Jun leisurely replied, "Don't worry, I'm starting to get the hang of it," only to receive cold showers from the group of commentators. Who's worried about you? We're just watching you die for entertainment. Exactly 3 seconds until he's on the floor. Taking advantage of his distraction, a soldier raised his sword and lunged at him. Hey kid, step out here now. In just a short tick, Seo Jun's eyes switched to the god of death mode. He used lightning speed to pull his sword and block the opponent's thug-like attack. Not only that, he gently countered the stupid soldier, causing him to roll in pain on the cold ground. The hasty turn of events immediately made the viewers go wild. Oh my god, I can go buy a lottery ticket now. Wait, am I seeing things? This newbie actually just blocked a successful attack, making Seo Jun stop for a beat. His hand silently tightened around the sword hilt, but not out of worry, but confusion. While his hand was still dealing with the opponent out of habit from his past life, he didn't even understand what just happened. Weird, is it this easy to die in this game? The remaining soldier saw his teammate sent to the altar quickly and also rushed over. Kid, unfortunately, the result was the same as before. Seo Jun gently blocked the attack with his flimsy sword. However, before dealing with the opponent, he still had time to read the audience's comments. Wait, damn. That's it. Swear, knew it. I should have gone to buy a lottery ticket. Double parry. Actually, truly crazy. Pure luck, obviously. Laughing to death. Seo Jun didn't understand the fuss and stood there blankly blocked. Suddenly, the soldier who had just been pushed back unexpectedly struggled to stand up, making him glare and send the man away for good. Finished, Seo Jun finally cleared his throat and spoke up. Hey everyone. Leaving the audience shocked. What? Why did he ask such a basic, redundant question? What is parrying? Only a tick later, the other person couldn't help but laugh and message back. Damn, you did that, but you don't even know what parrying is? But when he saw Seo Jun answer seriously, yeah, that's right. Everyone started buzzing. Oh damn. You're truly a natural-born genius. Just luck. What genius? That's what genius means, isn't it? Their noise made him bored of ignoring it. All right, stop arguing. Explain it to me. His oblivious attitude made the viewers both angry and amused. Looking at his attitude, it's so funny. I actually want to help him now. Stop arguing, everyone. Time had to pass for a long while before Seo Jun's ah and oh rang out. Ah, I see. He gently poked his pile of illustrative corpses on the ground with his cane and then recited the lesson for the teachers. So that's called parrying, meaning you just have to time it right when the enemy lunges and slash straight down to make them dizzy, right? Making the viewers unable to help but chuckle. Drawing skills top tier, but he's pretty sharp for someone who looks like that. Even professional gamers who are full of confidence cry over this game's parrying mechanic. That statement made Seo Jun furrow his brows in confusion. Even pros struggle with it. Mr. Taewoo said the basic grade hybrid is already pro level. If pros are only at that level, then their general level is probably just that. No wonder everyone finds it difficult. If you want to parry successfully, you have to read the enemy's attack direction perfectly and move your body in sync. Suddenly, someone expressed interest by asking a confirmation question. Do you understand what parrying is now? Seo Jun quickly nodded like a good child. Understand it clearly now, only to receive sincere but misguided advice. Then turn back early while you still can. Exactly, or you're going to eat a mouthful of pain in a second. Seo Jun didn't even think twice as he took another step forward. Why not? I think it's pretty easy. Seo Jun's confident tone quickly made the viewers burst into sarcastic laughter. Surprisingly, however, a much more serious comment suddenly popped up. No, actually, I'm watching this very closely. That last move definitely wasn't just luck. Unexpectedly, before he could even respond, other commenters jumped in to engage. You think being top one is that easy? Who do you think you are? The greatest assassin in Kharkov didn't just get lucky. What the hell do you know? The unprecedented bickering in the comments made Seo Jun let out a sigh. Man, that's rough. The guy just said one thing and got absolutely roasted. My previous life was exactly like this. Even when I crushed the disciples of major sects, they still looked down on me as a nobody with no background and no back. My skills were always dismissed by people, even though I know things now aren't the same as they were back then. But before Seo Jun could think any further, a series of sudden footsteps rang out, leaving him frozen in place. A group of soldiers, hearing the alarm, rushed out right in front of Seo Jun and stopped. Intruder. Looking at their disdainful expressions, he just gently tightened his grip on his sword. In essence, it was still just the same. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Seo Jun immediately kicked into high gear and charged into the heart of the enemy. Regardless of anything, I just need to use the results to prove it. As soon as Seo Jun took care of one person, another appeared from above. He simply tilted his body slightly after catching the opponent's weak point, then quickly delivered a slash across that soldier. That decisive action and agility left the audience wide-eyed. What the hell was that? However, his battle wasn't over yet. Clanging sounds echoed continuously for a few brief seconds, and then the sound of the final hit echoed out, leaving only Seo Jun standing firm in the middle of the grim battlefield. Yet he still hoisted his sword, spun around, and glided, just to send the last fool off to reunite with his comrades in the sky. In just a few fleeting moments, Seo Jun stood still for a second, plunging his sword into the ground to take a breather. Under the moonlight, red as blood, his calm voice sounded like a demon coming to claim lives. If you want to catch me, you'd better bring the entire Shaolin 18 Arhut formation here. His arrogant demeanor quickly left the viewer stunned. Is this streamer wearing knee pads or something to move so smoothly? That's not the point. He just pulled off 4 blocks in a row. Are you curious who I am yet? Are you curious who I am yet? Seo Jun was busy reading the comments when he realized there was still one guy left alive. Damn it. Call for reinforcements, fast. Before he could even take a few steps, he quickly threw his sword straight into the center of the opponent's hidden iron helmet. He let out a slow sigh like a grim reaper who had just finished his shift, his footsteps releasing the crisp sound of life in a space filled with the scent of hell. Seo Jun calmly pulled his sword out and muttered, "Done, 6 down." The scene, no different from a horror movie, left the viewers bewildered. Wait, who is this streamer anyway? Is he really a new player? As Seo Jun sincerely replied, "Of course, you all just saw how much I struggled earlier, didn't you?" A few viewers who had been watching from the start started to backpedal and shout, I told you. Hold on, this doesn't add up. He couldn't even climb over the roof, and now he's dancing with a sword? Thought this was a beginner stream. Who knew he was a hidden master? Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? Seo Jun stood still for a moment, then cleared his throat to remind them. Assassin, great car. Stop spamming, or you're getting banned. The other guy, eager to see his talent, quickly reported back. Understood, boss. That obedient look made him feel a bit embarrassed. Thank you so much for being the first to recognize my skills. But unexpectedly, right after that heartwarming interaction, some jerk immediately started acting up. You guys are working way too hard. What's there to be afraid of getting banned from this tiny channel? Go ahead and ban me if you're so tough. The notification, LY Op 164 has been kicked from the room, accompanied Seo Jun's calm tone. Done. This gave the viewers a chance to laugh and see the guy out. Those reflexes are truly top tier. The physical instincts are terrifyingly historic. Thinking about the first ban of the season makes me jealous. It's a perfect match. With his skill, he'll definitely blow up quickly. Now that he's banned, he's only going to regret it later. He glanced quickly at those comments and silently sighed in his head. Is this a good sign? Am I actually doing well? It's difficult. In my previous life, I never dared to express myself just because of my low status, being suppressed by the righteous sect, so I never belonged anywhere. But talent cannot be hidden, and in the end, I became a lonely sword god. That's who I am. If Seo Jun's juniors heard these inner thoughts, they would only cry out, "Please stop, you're just spouting nonsense. Do you know how hard we had to clean up the mess you made?" Senior and prodigy Seo Jun didn't bother listening, letting it go in one ear and out the other. The moment of remembering the past quickly ended when curious comments started appearing. But seriously, how are you so good at blocking? For real, any tips? Your hands are as flexible as a god's. When Seo Jun hesitated to open his mouth, well, that's... The viewers anxiously urge him on. Spill it. What is it? What's the secret? Hurry up and confess. Oh my God, I'm dizzy from waiting. Who would have thought he'd drop a line? No different from someone delirious. Just remember your past life, and that's it. Simple, right? Or else, just look closely at the enemy's attack and slash straight down from above. and that's it. That way of speaking clearly drove the viewers insane. Think I don't know that. Think I don't know that. Think I don't know that. Are you trolling us? Someone bring a spear? That guy's got nerve. Seo Jun looked at their rising anger and only managed to mutter a few words. I'm trying my best to explain it thoroughly, and you guys are still yelling at me? Surprisingly, the desperate shouts of the soldiers began to echo. Over here! The intruder is over here. Well, he just gently muttered a few words. Oh well, they've all gathered now. Then someone quickly explained according to the host's previous airheadness. Staying in one spot for too long is how you get surrounded like this. In just a split second, Seo Jun was surrounded by a squad from the mansion. Some viewers, seeing this scene, made unpleasant remarks. Just die here and finish the tutorial. Who are you to think you can take down a Tor? Making Seo Jun slightly displeased, he laughed. Everyone, a beginner just pulled off 13 blocks in a row. Don't you guys want to witness it? At the moment Seo Jun refreshingly made his statement to the live viewers, the screams of the NPC guards echoed again right next to him. Destroy the intruder quickly. There's only one of them. Don't be afraid. The ironclad legs raced around to put the opponent into a position where he was surrounded without a blind spot, while also trying to disrupt his vision. Unfortunately, the one they were facing was none other than Seo Jun, who possessed the nickname Sword God in his previous life and possessed a level of composure exceeding that of Gu Bin. He easily seized every opportunity and swung his moves decisively. However, the number of guards belonging to the Count's house was too large. One was defeated, then another rushed in. Yet, for someone like him, this wasn't too big of a problem. At the moment his sharp eyes scanned behind him, he lowered his body's center of gravity gently to avoid the sharp blade coming from the soldier trying to ambush him. This scene successfully caused quite a crisis for the audience. Oh my God, does he have eyes in the back of his head? Is this streamer some kind of anonymous pro? What are you thinking? Even a pro might not be able to do that. The difficulty posed by Seo Jun finally contributed to the rage and screaming from the NPC soldiers' throats. This bastard had no panic or hesitation. His feet were determined not to be used for running away, but only to stomp on the ground as a pivot point. And then, as someone with the Dawn Assassin profession, Seo Jun played by confronting the cruel offensive from the guards head-on. With an opening performance that could defeat even Shin Ha-yun, naturally, the NPCs in front of him could only be pushed back by him, which was nothing to be surprised about. With a clean sword swing, Seo Jun successfully harvested the heads of two opponents. Not a hint of difficulty appeared in the depths of his eyes. He was even relaxed enough to curve his lips into a soft arc. At the very moment he blossomed in the space owned by the boss at Tor, this scene made a viewer go crazy. That's insane. The opponent is none other than Cho AM, who has an in-game ID as the undefeated Korean assassin. What is this? Is he really a new player? From the account name belonging to him to the actions on forums, Cho AM is famous as a genuine hardcore fan of the Dawn Assassination Squad. Up until the moment the developer announced the core rules by that lively game press conference. His motto is only to focus on hiding and pure assassination. Sweep gameplay. Try doing it if you're good. But just the attempt alone is seen as a struggle. The moment he heard these words, Cho AM, who is someone who loves sweep gameplay more than anyone, went crazy. The increased difficulty only made him more excited and ignited his desire to conquer it. Yet, things aren't really that easy. The skyrocketing difficulty caused most of those who tried to only receive bitterness and helplessness at the time of receiving the constant game over notifications. However, thanks to that, some strange playstyles were discovered. Over here, guys, turns out just collapsing the whole building is enough to finish the assassination mission. And over here, there are other unique methods thanks to memory. Memorizing the boss's mechanics makes it easy to pass. As long as that thing explodes at the right time, the boss is done for. The game is crazy. It hasn't even stopped there. There are still people creating more time-consuming ways than ever before. I've been hiding for 3 whole hours, and the target still hasn't come out. Successfully making viewers comment one after another. You're that free to sit and watch this for 3 hours. You're a tank, right? Please spend that time researching more. Do something. It could be said that no matter which streamer Cho AM watched. He had never witnessed a truly top-tier sweep, so he could only tell himself, it really is hellish difficulty. Can't help it. But right at this moment, the light from the decisive slashes belonging to Seo Jun illuminated Cho Am's life with a bursting euphoria to the point that tears of emotion filled the corners of his eyes. That's right, true sweep gameplay like this is what it's all about. After all, the owner of an unknown livestream channel, who is Seo Jun that he accidentally clicked on, is performing exactly the sweep gameplay that he has been searching for so cruelly all this time. Now, waves of excitement spread throughout Cho Am's body and escaped his moving mouth. That's it, it's here. He also spammed comments continuously to express his adoration. How far ahead can you see? You are the greatest legend in the history of the Assassination Squad, the master of my heart. Back to Seo Jun. The powerful series of moves from him caused the soldiers to suffer heavy losses and collapse on the cold concrete floor. At this moment, Seo Jun has truly conquered the hearts of the viewers on the other side. Radiant sweep screen, radiant sweep, radiant sweep, radiant sweep. Do these mortal eyes of mine deserve to witness this? Streamer, are you hacking? Witnessing the series of comments rolling on his system screen, he couldn't help but raise a question. Everyone is making such a fuss over just this. I'm just dodging what needs to be dodged and blocking what needs to be blocked. Hearing those words delivered with Seo Jun's calm tone, the group of viewers immediately filled the screen with hysterical questions. Sorry, but are you crazy, man? Hilarious. Think we don't know that? Watching this live stream has left me with deep psychological trauma. After being talked to so much, he bluntly announced, "Is that so? Whoever doesn't like it, I'm turning off the stream. Bye." And so, those comments quickly changed their tone in a split second. Wait, Master, I didn't say anything. Big brother, please. Why are you like this? Although the number was small, Seo Jun successfully received positive recognition for his first live stream. All 6 viewers follow me. Not bad either. At the time he was busy feeling sentimental, a world-shaking explosion ignited right before his eyes. After that intense destruction were the leather-clad feet of someone. Under the comments from the viewers, now it's truly starting. Finally, it's the boss battle. In the blink of an eye, the opponent didn't even bother to let out a fart, decisively swinging the iron ball towards Seo Jun. Fortunately, the one who took the damage was the ground beneath his feet, because he had time to dodge to the surprise of the followers. How can he dodge that so well? His reflexes are insane. That shot just now was also lightning fast. Regardless of the scene just seen, Itor, the final boss, still showed arrogance by standard. You look like a cowardly rat wandering around. Those watching couldn't help but complain. How do you think he'll win this fight? Oh, it's so annoying. The boss's roar is terrifying. At the same time, Seo Jun didn't bother standing there watching the screen or listening to him ramble, but decisively propelled himself forward. Until the distance between him and Itor was just enough, a gentle jump was deployed by Seo Jun, without any hesitation or fear. He directly swung his sharp steel blade at the opponent, but only gained 5 damage. Because the damage was so small, the opponent's entire body just froze for a moment without falling off his head. And at the very next moment, Itor refreshingly turned his head back with a radiant smile reaching his ears. What kind of hand-waving are you doing, kid? The sharp eyebrows furrowed tightly. Now Seo Jun felt a part of the difficulty. Its HP dropped just a tiny bit. It's a boss for a reason. He decisively set the problem for those watching. Chat, can this flail weapon be blocked? They immediately responded right away. Obviously not. Trying to one-shot the boss, or what? What's with that type, oh bloodstrain? Not caring what the player was rambling about, Itor only had one single goal, to show himself off with what he had in his hand. Stupid kid, I'll let you taste the absolute power of this flail. With the large, tall body belonging to himself, now he proved what it means to overwhelm with power against a Seo Jun who possesses flexible movements. However, he also indirectly proved that the heaviness from himself didn't affect his attack speed at all. And so, Itor's property destruction continued in waves of dodging without wasting a drop of sweat or effort from him. Seeing that he hadn't caused any damage to him yet, he was still as confident as if victory was certain in his hands. As if waiting for the opponent to pause for a moment, Seo Jun decisively swung himself up again with superhuman jumping ability. Unfortunately, it was even more miserable than the last time. Now, the damage he dealt to the boss was only the number 3, and he had to receive arrogant words from him. "It's useless. This body will not fall." At the same time, the stone-sharp flail belonging to Etor smashed straight into the hanging lamp right above. Fortunately, Seo Jun had time to dodge and landed on the floor in a cool way. As expected, the damage dealt was still too low. However, the current slow progression caused significant discomfort to his brain that was constantly running. "If I keep chipping away at its HP like this, will I make it in time?" Seo Jun was worried. As a viewer with the ID, "You're the greatest person in my life," said, "Once encountering Etor, if you don't take him down within 5 minutes, you've essentially lost immediately," successfully making his complexion change to shock because of this short time frame. What? And it was also thanks to this that he noticed the black countdown timer displaying the text 4 minutes 17 seconds. When did that line appear? In a moment of being stunned by the sudden situation. The attack from Etor quickly brushed past Seo Jun's back by a narrow margin. It's no wonder he's the final boss. No matter how much he exerts himself, his mouth never tires of smiling, even for a second. "Kid, what are you looking at while fighting?" The characteristic yellow pupils belonging to Seo Jun's Dane character furrowed tightly with every stream of thought. "At this rate, there's no way I can destroy him before time runs out." Now, the system's clock only had 3 minutes 42 seconds left in his sight. I should try aiming the sword straight at his weak point. There must be some trick here. Cho AM immediately turned into a little helper when giving solutions to his new idol. "Master, if you continuously attack one location, the damage will stack. The current community hypothesis is that it's the only way." Observing the seemingly feasible plan, Seo Jun couldn't help but nod after a moment of contemplation. "Keep hitting one spot, huh? All right, let's try it." At the moment he hopped away from standing still, he didn't forget to express his gratitude. "Undefeated Korean assassin. Thank you for the info." It didn't take long for Seo Jun to once again close the distance with the difficult enemy. Now, the determination on the target officially helped him drain the enemy of 70 HP. The viewers immediately buzzed. "Oh my god, its HP dropped in a bigger chunk." Cho AM was right, and at this moment, Seo Jun had just landed on the floor and dropped the conclusion. Turns out focusing on one point is the key. Currently, Etor's expression was no longer joking as it had been minutes ago, but only held resentment to the point of gritting his teeth. That brat. Even though he had discovered the breakthrough method, this battle was also nearing its end with only 2 minutes 16 seconds left. Not much time left. I can't let him breathe. After the moment of determination from his brain, Seo Jun decisively rushed forward and directly grabbed Etor's weapon, causing him to panic and change color, and the viewers couldn't help but scream. No way, he's actually winning against the boss. Now, the wide area battle immediately shifted to a test of who had the strongest arm strength with a roar from his throat. This cowardly rat. Naturally, Etor wouldn't stand still, but decisively swung his remaining free fist in preparation for an attack. "Take your filthy hands off my weapon." The anger belonging to him surged, no different from a volcano erupting with hot lava. "You bastard." However, Seo Jun clearly knew how to destroy the opponent, so he didn't let go. Even though the clock had struck 1 minute 7 seconds, he didn't bother giving the enemy any more chances to counterattack. The slashes dealt by him, ranging from 200 to 500 damage poured into the boss, making the viewers speak up. "Sincerely sorry, Etor. Is that reflex speed actually human?" After a series of fierce and equally precise hand swings, everyone couldn't help but cry out without restraint. Truly top tier. Is it still not out of HP? To the question from the comment section, Seo Jun immediately noticed and didn't forget to respond. Need to add one more strike. Someone excitedly shouted. "The final strike, let's go guys." And then, at the moment the countdown clock had 51 seconds left, the blood-soaked strike was directly unleashed. The ending belonging to the boss officially caused quite a shock to the entire mansion. Under the eerie red sky mixed with gloom, the entire area shook violently. Although he had been defeated by the player Seo Jun. To serve the upcoming plot, Itor was still alert enough to roar powerfully. Hypocritical minions of the assassination squad. Right after that, he decisively tore the paper he had just taken out of his pocket at the time of declaring, "I won't die alone here." This scene also marked that his beginner mission had entered the task completion stage. Now, some viewer was continuously clicking the mouse on the computer screen. Series of videos about the mighty image of Seo Jun were spread widely on social networks with special titles. The rookie's first battle passed the tutorial with a 13-1 block counter massacre. The first person in the universe to defeat Itor was recorded, not faked, not staged. Under the night sky filled with brilliant stars at the high-rise building, there was still a bright light showing the owner hadn't gone to sleep. Deep inside, sighs of exclamation continued to ring out as that person kept clicking the mouse on the computer screen. Oh my God, it's beyond imagination. The opponent was no stranger, but Trom himself, who still hadn't stopped his excitement. I never expected to witness a speedrun completion with my own eyes. And now, the sight of the mansion shaking under Itor's power is unfolding right before his eyes. Despite his wounds causing blood to gush out in torrents, he still had enough strength to scream, "You hypocritical minions of the assassination squad." It didn't stop there. As a count, Itor naturally had an escape route, which he triggered by tearing up a scroll he had just found. And so, the anomaly officially began. At the very moment Seo Jun couldn't help but be startled by what was hitting his eyes. It was a series of fiery orange-red magic circles appearing one after another, enveloping both of them from every conceivable angle. It was clear he had been driven mad by his own failure, deciding to blow everything up and drag his enemy down to the grave with him. Unfortunately for him, Seo Jun possessed flexible limbs and high speed, which helped him escape in the nick of time. The moment he reached a safe distance, he couldn't help but inwardly curse the boss. That bastard Itor just cast a self-destruct spell, and it was thanks to this terrifying sound that the guards were immediately drawn to him and rushed in his direction. On the other side, the assassin on the other side, under the round, blood-red moon, Seo Jun knew he couldn't easily fight off enemies from all four sides, so he decisively turned and ran amidst the echoing screams behind him. Catch that assassin now. Finally, after a whirlwind of movement through the vast space, he set foot in a dense forest filled with foliage and white fog. But no matter how quiet the surroundings were, it couldn't stop Seo Jun's feet from moving relentlessly. Truly, not daring stop for even a second was the right call, as the moment an enemy arrow from behind whizzed past. With his sharp senses, he quickly realized the killing intent approaching from behind him at an extremely high speed. Unfortunately, standing before a towering abyss, Seo Jun was hit for a brief moment, and without a doubt, he slipped. He let himself fall freely through the vast space with a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Now, the brilliant moon in the sky continued to shine silently, but the distance between it and Seo Jun was so vast that he would never reach it. A bead of sweat trickled silently down his cheek. Even though he had fallen into a perilous situation, his eyes still showed composure, as if everything had nothing to do with him. There was no miraculous intervention to save Seo Jun at the last second. In the end, he ended Dane's life in the heart of the rushing river. Time passed, and the dark, arduous night drifted away. The warm sunlight finally woke up after yielding its place to the moon hanging high. After drifting aimlessly, the current finally deposited Seo Jun's motionless body on a riverbank covered in tree shadows. From his slender hand, fresh blood slowly trickled down and mixed with the calm water below. At the moment the entire space fell into the silence of a farewell, someone's feet slowly stepped on the grass to move forward. Before long, the person had closed the distance with the one lying motionless and lifeless in their sight. There wasn't a single question as to why the owner of the body was lying. He just gently squatted down and then took from Seo Jun's clothes a falcon-shaped badge that reflected a brilliant golden glow under the morning sun, making it stand out amidst the surrounding scene. Curling his lips in triumph, the person covered from head to toe was none other than Seo Jun himself, who was supposed to be in Dane's body to serve the game's goal after the system had switched the scene and his consciousness to the real player's character. Who would have thought this cool reappearance would make the veteran viewers in Seo Jun's livestream criticize and cry out? This cutscene is the same as always, right? Every time, Dane has to die. At that point, he bluntly stated with a calm face, "If I were the one in control, I would have blocked that arrow." What a pity. The audience immediately jumped in to comment, "You're a real buzzkill, man." But the bitter part is that I totally believe you could have done it. You really are built different. Seeing this, Seo Jun had to blurt out, "Talk about a shower of criticism." And then, at the next moment, seeing that the chat had gone on long enough, he decisively clapped his hands loudly. Next, Seo Jun immediately brought the conversation back to the main topic by asking the screen in his line of sight, "What should we do next?" An experienced player immediately informed him, "Go to the tavern and talk to Christina, man." He repeated as if to confirm, "Christina?" When he looked up again, what entered Seo Jun's pupils was a sign with a beer mug and sun symbol. Come to think of it, the previous cutscene probably teleported him straight to the tavern. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked straight to the doorknob and pulled it open, as if entering a completely different world. Inside, the place was filled with lively chatter, completely different from the silence outside. Amidst the area filled with conversation, Christina stood out like a ray of sunlight thanks to her golden hair, reflecting the soft light around. Facing this incredibly radiant image, Seo Jun couldn't help but mutter internally, "Spot on." Looking at this interface, I know I have to go over and start a conversation. He closed the distance to her, successfully attracting the attention of the waitress standing behind the bar. Facing Seo Jun's lips, which were curved into a gentle arc, Christina slowly spoke her lines. "May I ask what you need?" With a carefree look on his face, he honestly expressed with a decisive nod, "What do I need?" "Yes, I need quite a few things, actually." At the moment he lifted the badge that once belonged to the character Dane he had embodied, Seo Jun couldn't help but be speechless internally because the scene from earlier had automatically triggered the dialogue. Meanwhile, Christina's aquamarine pupils contracted intensely. Upon seeing the badge, the hand that had been cleaning the cup began to tremble uncontrollably. "You." Her eyebrows immediately furrowed, and her tone became heavier than ever the moment she asked the three-word question, "Who are you?" Putting on a standard smile, the portrayal of a mysterious and capable character from Seo Jun was clearly controlled by the system. "I'm only here because I thought I could help you." As if unsure of what the other person had just said, Christina hesitated and asked back, "What do you mean?" So, no more beating around the bush. He decisively got straight to the point with the next sentence. "Let's just say I'm quite confident in my assassination skills." After a long period of contemplation upon receiving that answer, the look of panic on her face vanished, replaced by seriousness. "Wait, are you the one who came from the West?" Seeing the other person ask him yet another question with an assertive tone, Seo Jun didn't hesitate to admit, "That's right. Have you heard of me too?" To fit the game's plot, his identity was built in a standardized, logical way from Christina's perspective. Rumor had it he was a mercenary who would take any job for the right price. If so, he surely wasn't on the side of the cult. After a long analysis in her data processing center, she nodded slightly as if making a final decision. "All right, at least we should exchange names, shouldn't we?" "I'm Christina." And standing before this reasonable question, Seo Jun regained control of his body and uttered a few words, "I am." Before he could say the next word, the system popped up a white frame with the title, "What is your name?" with an input button below. Those who had followed him from the first steps of the journey were surprised. Huh, finally deciding to set a username. Wait, is Chin Chun your real name? Your real name actually sounds pretty decent. Not caring about the comments around him, he sank into contemplation as his mind worked. Right now, his live streamer name is set to Chin Chun because he didn't set a nickname at first, so the system just took his real name. Might as well play it safe. Using his real name is fine. However, when the answer to Christina's question left his lips, it was a completely different name. Vodan, no name. Without any hesitation, Seo Jun bared his pearly white teeth, bright enough to star in a toothpaste commercial, and emphasized once again, "My name is Vodan." The viewers watching couldn't help but shout, "Wait, hello? Why name yourself no name?" Literally, man. Lazy? You thought that little about it. They didn't know his brain had fallen into memories of the past. It might sound a bit silly now, but in his previous life, this no-name moniker was very... The martial arts world style was different, where everyone competed to call themselves the name Seo Jun had chosen. My name? Vo Zhang, and I'm Vo Dan number 2. His lips couldn't help but curl. It means nameless, but it sounded so cool and mysterious back then that it was extremely popular. And after entering the 2 words he had decided on, the system didn't forget to perform its function and confirmed once again. Do you want to use the name Vo Dan? Until Seo Jun confirmed by pressing the yes button, the notification updated with other lines. You can now receive assassination requests at the Sunshine Tavern. Following that, Christina continued her job as the NPC guide. All right, let's go with the name Vo Dan then. To get the story straight to the point, he directly asked a question suitable for the situation. So, how do we contact each other from now on? She slowly raised her hand toward the falcon badge that belonged to Dane. When she spoke her next line, her face was cold as if dealing with official business. In her sharp eyes, a hint of emotion flickered the moment she finished the sentence. I need to know the whereabouts of the owner of this brooch. But the viewers only saw her indifferent side and cried, "Poor Dane, she's so ruthless." And their comments didn't affect the answer Seo Jun gave. I buried him at the Western Pier. Her body suddenly stiffened, but she responded very quickly, I understand. Not dwelling on that topic for too long, she handed him a flower-shaped badge with a shine comparable to the Falcon one from before. From now on, use this to contact me. At the moment Seo Jun received the item, the system popped up an update. You have received a signal stone. At the next moment, Christina spoke with a soft tone that belonged only to her, emphasizing each word. I'm counting on you, Vo Dan. After talking with her for a while, he finally completed his objective and left the tavern to return to the familiar, quiet space. The next moment, he rubbed his shoulder and let out a sigh of relief. Got the signal stone, so that task is done for today. Immediately, an account named Patient Riding a White Horse jumped out to ask, so can we call the streamer Vo Dan from now on? Seo Jun agreed bluntly because such things weren't worth worrying about too much. Yeah, but I haven't thought of a cool name yet, so for now, you guys can call me whatever. Naturally, this couldn't be without Trome, who had become his avid fan. Oh, Vo Dan is the perfect name for a top-tier assassin. Because he had been stuck in the computer booth for too long to complete the beginner level, he immediately made a choice under the gentle sunlight. All right then, I'll end the stream here. I'll be back at this time tomorrow. The viewers who stuck around until the end of the session replied joyfully. The first stream was a success. Bye-bye. This was the first time he had truly communicated with strangers through a screen, so he couldn't help but feel a bit shy as he slowly raised his hand. Live stream goodbye. However, Seo Jun was not one to be called a viewer magnet without reason, as there was comedic timing immediately following. Wait, you guys are just leaving like that? So the Patient Riding a White Horse guy responded immediately. Turn off the machine, man. Where else would we go? At the moment he turned into a stream of light and almost disappeared, he didn't forget to wonder, does this thing save the game automatically? Making the viewers who hadn't left the livestream room comment, this guy is hilarious until the very last minute. Good lord, this newbie is ridiculously cute. But no matter what, this livestream officially ended the moment Seo Jun returned to the floor that was still lit under the dark night. Looking at the numbers displayed on the electronic screen along with the announcement that the livestream had ended, he couldn't help but contemplate and then blurt out, and all 6 viewers stayed until the very last second. Remembering the accounts that left special impressions on his heart, Seo Jun also had to feel emotional. Their usernames looked pretty unique too. At the next moment, suddenly something appeared and caught his attention. It turned out that a player named Futurelight had joined Seo Jun's broadcast room for some reason. Is this the Sweep Gameplay livestream channel? A newbie without enough experience like him was confused. Wait, I didn't see this notification early. And it seemed the number of views was continuously increasing, making Seo Jun even more suspicious than ever. Why did everyone come in all of a sudden? I clearly turned off the stream. After the shocking live stream from Seo Jun, his phone screen continuously flashed with a series of comments and hot news about Vo Dan climbing straight to the top. making the quiet room much livelier. Lying on the bed, scrolling through the feedback while conveniently dragging the chat box, I was running fast enough to make one dizzy. Kim, too, couldn't help but exclaim, "The feedback from today's stream isn't bad at all. What content should I do tomorrow?" Just as he was lost in thought, CEO June suddenly pushed the door open from outside and yelled energetically, "Hey, Kim, too." The phone in his hand immediately hit his nose. "Damn it, you scared me." Clutching his face that had just taken the full impact of his own device, he gritted his teeth, feeling wronged. "Did you swallow your common sense with your dinner today?" Ignoring the crazed look from the other person, CEO June immediately held out his black phone with a puzzled look. "Since I'm just a rookie in this business, why did it turn out like this?" Tu raised his head, confused. "What do you mean?" Pointing to the screen that was continuously displaying countless player accounts and consecutive comments. He pointed out what made him suspicious. "Why is the chat still jumping like crazy even though the stream is off?" Witnessing his friends rise to stardom, Tu fell into contemplation for a moment before blurting out, "Are you serious?" After checking back and forth and scrolling through the pile of trending posts on the forum, Tu finally spoke up, I think it's because of this." As he spoke, he turned his phone screen towards CEO June and bluntly set the issue with an assertive tone. "This is you, right?" On the handheld mobile device was the video recording of him clearing the Dawn Assassin Squad level with a clickbait title. A newbie blocked and cleared 13 monsters at the same time in the tutorial level. Seeing the shares rising rapidly, while the comments section was as lively as an online market, Tu immediately showed admiration. "How are you this good? Finish the level and had fans go and promote you right away." Meanwhile, CEO June was bewildered because he didn't understand this new phrase, promote. Seeing he hadn't grasped the situation yet, he pointed straight at the post and furrowed his brows, emphasizing each word to the other person. "If this isn't promotion, then what is it?" By now, the pile of comments had reached 154. "This guy's skills are absolutely insane. Sweeping the tutorial boss like a romance of the Three Kingdoms game. Perfect blocking is top tier. Truly top tier. Watch this, and I guarantee you guys will never be able to imitate this skill. Look at that processing there. Truly a living legend. I want to promote this guy so bad. I want to share it with everyone to see. It's too crazy." CEO June suddenly recognized one of them. The undefeated Korean assassin was the viewer from earlier, wasn't he? Taking the phone back from his hand, Tu directly gave his assessment. "At this rate, it's about to hit 30 likes soon, right?" Then, relying on his own experience as a live streamer, he grinned excitedly while telling CEO June, "Hitting 30 likes gets you pushed straight to the homepage, and then the followers will jump like crazy. And don't forget to give a thumbs up to show appreciation," he said, with intense frenzy in his eyes. "Go to sleep, man. You stayed up all night streaming. That's hardcore." But CEO June replied coldly, "What's the point of sleeping now?" He said that. But now the sky was full of stars, and CEO June was still scrolling through his phone because this experience was truly new to him. Even though he had been watching for quite a while, he didn't get bored and continued to mutter. Meanwhile, the number of likes had increased again. So this is the kind of promotion he was talking about, huh? It was getting late, so CEO June decided not to dig any deeper, carelessly placing his phone on the table. "Guess I'll just see what happens tomorrow." The moment the room fell silent, the video below continued to rack up countless likes and comments, as if no one ever bothered to rest. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and spilled over the dense clusters of skyscrapers, making the glass facades of the buildings reflect a brilliant light that lit up the corner of the sky. Seeing the series of posts about various topics topping the search rankings, CEO June couldn't help but admit it. Just as Kim too predicted, the support count had surpassed 30. With his own analytical, rational central processing unit, he couldn't help but feel anxious instead of happy. Anything that gets a little bit of hype is bound to spark arguments and factional fighting. As he was still intently scrolling down to read more, his sharp eyes suddenly stopped halfway, as if something had caught his attention. His mouse immediately hovered back to the post that had just appeared. It was a forum for the Assassin Squad, but people were posting about the practice area too. When he clicked it, the complete post was shared with an even clearer headline. "Why is the newly updated level 10 AI so annoying. Everyone knows the level 10 AI changed from fixed data to another player's data, right? The display name is anonymous. Maybe that's why everyone is curious about anonymous identity. But I want to talk about its personality. I watched a clip of a guy I know fighting anonymous. This is the clip. I got permission from the original owner before posting. Sweat trickled down his cheek. Seo Jun himself was a bit surprised because he clearly knew that the AI was recreated from him. Personality? Huh? Meanwhile, the poster continued their long-winded rant. The Shin Ha-yun AI used to stand and wait when it saw a player drop their sword. Right? Back then, it just stood there quietly, waiting for the player to continue after being defeated by a hit. Up until the point I met that level 10 guy set up with Seo Jun's attributes. But this anonymous AI, seriously, the moment it sees a player leave an opening, this bastard rushes in like he's hit the jackpot. As soon as a player shows the slightest opening, he smashes them to pieces no matter how much they scream. I surrender. It didn't stop there. This AI is so infuriatingly taunting when it gestures for you to come at it. Everyone who's met it ends up screaming. It even looks visibly contemptuous. It wasn't just one person affected. That flood of furious comments kept crashing into Seo Jun's head. What? Regarding the shitty attitude of the new level 10 AI version, he suddenly remembered. I must have been chatting with two while playing, so that's why it turned out like that. Besides, when I updated the data, it felt like I was grinding the same thing over and over, so I got bored and couldn't be bothered to do it properly. I feel a bit unfairly treated, actually. Even though he had only been in the game for less than a day, Seo Jun was already labeled a troll player, which made him feel genuinely heartbroken and incredibly wrong. While the forum was still split into arguing factions, a social media account suddenly left a comment that drew a lot of attention. Just watched the clip of the practice area and came over here. But may I ask if that is Sir Anonymous? Reading this, Seo Jun paused for a moment. Someone figured it out? But as soon as he looked closely at the account name that just commented, all his tension instantly dissipated. Oh, it's that Joe AM, the champion assassin of Korea? Again? Does he have a sixth sense or something? At this point, I'm starting to feel a bit intimidated. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the comment stream that kept growing. He silently reconsidered everything. Honestly, he didn't expect to get this much attention. Closing his eyes for a few brief seconds, for the first time, Seo Jun clearly felt the pressure of fame coming on too quickly, but suddenly receiving something too overwhelming isn't necessarily a good thing. However, that thought only lasted for a fleeting moment before he quickly brushed it aside. Hadn't his experiences from his previous life taught him that lesson already? Opening the cover of the gaming computer sitting next to the desk, Seo Jun calmly reached a conclusion for himself. Strength that comes before one is ready is like poison. Sitting down inside the capsule to prepare to log into the game, he resolutely let go of every word with firm determination in his mind. Just like this, slow and steady. And then the consciousness transfer system quickly kicked in the moment Seo Jun's eyes closed. In the next moment, Seo Jun's eyes opened once again, filled with the determination and sharpness of a sword god who had weathered countless trials. Just improving a little bit every day is enough. The moment the last word fell was the same moment the system's light flashed, proving that it was working diligently. A while later, looking back at his livestream page, which had reached a count of 432, he finally had to admit one thing. Just as Tu said, the follower count really went up significantly. Looking at the data stream jumping continuously in front of him, the corner of Seo Jun's mouth curved slightly as the lively memories of yesterday played out before his eyes. But surprisingly, the number of people who actually watched the live stream yesterday was only 6. However, he didn't linger in the waiting room too long, but decisively placed his hand on the Start Streaming button. Don't know how many people will show up today. The moment the live stream button was activated, the system interface instantly flashed and a notification appeared right in the middle of the screen. Chin Shun has started streaming. Right after that, the game officially opened with its first introduction to a place completely different from the dawn of the Assassin Squad as he entered the city of Altion. Low, dramatic music played, and before his eyes was the image of an ancient castle standing tall. The setting of this game was the city of Altion. For players needing to complete missions, the system didn't forget to provide additional data to make things clearer for him. This place was divided into 4 main areas. The Imperial Palace was for royalty and the highest-ranking figures. The Upper World Tower was where mages and sorcerers resided. The upper-class district was where nobles lived, and the commoner district lay on the outskirts of the city, meant for regular people and all sorts of characters struggling to make a living every day. Seo Jun's mind was constantly racing. Players could take on assassination missions anywhere, but he heard that when experiencing it for real, he could still go around assassinating randomly without needing to accept a mission first. After all the introductory information finished, his journey in Altion officially began. And at the moment his body was no longer controlled by the system, he raised his hand to wave at the screen. "Hello, live streamers." At that exact moment, the chat, which had been quiet, instantly exploded like a stirred-up beehive. Finally made it into the room. "Let's go, guys. Hello." Finally made it into this legendary live stream channel. Oh, turns out it's not Joam's channel. I got goosebumps. Sir Anonymous, while the crowd was spamming wildly, an outlier account suddenly appeared, full of suspicion. Is this the live stream channel of that famous Joe AM? Less than a second later, someone else jumped in to argue vehemently. "No, buddy, you're in the wrong place. Holy crap." Seo Jun just laughed calmly and casually explained briefly. "That's right, this isn't Joe Am's channel. And for the record, I didn't bribe him either." His words made them laugh out loud, shutting down the argument in a heartbeat. Just as the atmosphere was getting fun, a donation notification suddenly popped up in the middle of the screen. "How on earth do I do this?" "I donated 10,000. I watched your clip and tried to solo it too, but couldn't win. What do I do now?" "I'll be holding my breath waiting for your answer." Looking at his first donation right in front of him, he raised an eyebrow, feeling quite moved. His first donation, and it ended up in the woods like that? However, he didn't dwell on it for too long. With the motto that taking money means you have to deliver, he didn't hesitate to give the other person some tips. "Thanks for the 10,000 donation. How on earth do I do this?" "That, Redditor? Just keep aiming for the same spot. See? Simple as that, right?" The result was that the chat room instantly fell silent for a few awkward seconds, then suddenly erupted. "What is the teacher writing on the board? That guide is actually super helpful. As a viewer since yesterday, I advise you guys not to ask this guy anything." 10,000 went straight down the drain. Seeing them comment like that, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought, judging that it seemed a bit vague to answer someone who donated money for the first time like that. So, Seo Jun rubbed his chin for a moment and spoke up. "All right, if you want a useful tip." He imagined the weak points on his shoulders, head, and groin while giving advice. It's best to aim straight for the NPC's vital points. Once hit, they'll panic and their footwork will falter. Finally, he concluded that the way to fight a Tor is to keep hammering one spot, wait for an opening to stab the vital spot, and be agile with your dodges. As soon as the words left his lips, an account from player finished donated 1,000. "I can breathe now." Another followed suit. "Holy cow." But Seo Jun looked confused. "Congrats, buddy." Not stopping there, he scrolled through the IDs that had just commented and wondered. Looking closely, he saw many strange nicknames he had never seen before. How many viewers are there today, anyway? His finger froze in midair when he saw an incredible number displayed on the electronic screen. There were currently 327 people watching live. The comments were now rushing in urgently. "So when will you post a guide for us?" Or, "Is my internet lagging?" As for him, he had no mood to care. 327 people, wow. This made Seo Jun, who had experienced countless major and minor events in his past life, break into a cold sweat in this life. It was much more than he had imagined. He thought at most it would be around 100 people. He looked around and curiously asked everyone, "All right, so what should we do today, guys?" Getting suggestions from fans, the viewers started proposing ideas enthusiastically. "Let's do a 3 Kingdom-style sweep streamer. Are we finally going to get to see some sword dancing?" Seeing them acting up on the internet, he laughed amusedly. "You kids have fun playing with each other. Please don't fight." At this, a netizen directly suggested a better direction than the guys above. Just walk around and see what's up, boss. If you want to make money, take a contract from the Assassin's Guild, or go pickpocketing. Otherwise, just go sightsee the city. Awesome. This is the real open world. Every comment made sense, making CO June a bit indecisive. Everyone had a different opinion, seeming to have thought of something. The corner of his mouth curved mischievously. Well then, for now, standing in the busy street, CO June directly made a bold decision. Let's try some light pickpocketing to warm up and see how it goes. Bustling sounds echoed constantly throughout the small street. Cheap, super cheap. Come check out some rare goods, folks. Mom, buy me this. Suddenly, Ryder appeared and brazenly caused trouble. Get out of the way, quick. He was caught off guard when a shadow zipped past him, after which he furiously shouted in reproach. Hey, what kind of walking is that? Can't you see where you're going? By the time the other party was completely gone, the street was still ringing with his swearing. That shitty kid, CO June, not only not angry, but skillfully wove through the sea of people. He gave a satisfied smile. I tried applying some grapple techniques, never thought it would be this easy. Pickpocketing successful 3 times in a row now. The comment section immediately went viral. Wait, is this a master martial arts stream or a thief stream? What kind of streamer is this? Did he come from the gutter? Heard this guy transmigrated from a martial arts world. The netizens had a good laugh. But generally, the most fun part of pickpocketing is being chased by guards until you're out of breath, which made CO June more and more confident. At this rate, I'll never have to worry about starving wherever I go. The bags full of gold he brought out to show off made everyone shocked. Boss, you've earned enough to buy a high-end apartment already. Suddenly, a deep voice broke the atmosphere. Hey, you kid, stop right there. Large, tall figures approached CO June's territory out of nowhere. He suspiciously probed. Me? The guy glared and interrogated. Yeah, you. You look like you've been doing pretty well for yourself. Huh. He slowly approached, implying, you know that to do business in this territory, you need our permission, right? While CO June kept a calm expression, the guy went straight to the point. You mean this, guys? He heard this and was extremely delighted. Yeah, that's it. He put on a cunning expression and suggested, seeing as your haul is pretty good, share some with us. This made him shake his head with annoyance. What kind of game is this where you don't meet guards while pickpocketing, but instead run into thugs immediately? The comment lines kept appearing on the screen. The freedom is crazy. Smash them all, bro. It's time to rumble. Are we finally going to get to see it? CO June coldly flicked the other guy's hand away. Let's clean these guys up too, guys. They quickly became more excited than ever. That's right. Go for it. You just need to give the boss a beating, and it's over. Take down their leader, and this whole market will be squeaky clean. CO June smiled and put the gold bag away. Then the streaming goal today will be to clean up this market. The screen instantly jumped with a series of comments. Are you planning to find the Butcher Gang as well, bro? Planning to test your strength against the Butcher Gang? This is too good to miss. I bet this streamer doesn't even know what the Butcher Gang is. His face suddenly went blank. What is deflecting? The number of viewers also gradually increased. All right, let's go. Elsewhere at this time, chaotic sounds also came through. He can't have gone far. Fine and quick. Logan was annoyed at losing his prey that was already laid out right in front of him. Suddenly, from high above appeared a hand peeking out as if trying to hide its existence. Alpaca's face was now completely pale as he was attempting the unarmed assassination challenge. Crap, I think I got caught again. He struggled to observe the battle below. I swear this camera angle is truly cursed. Seemingly too focused to notice the candle reaching its limit right by his side. The candle residue immediately dropped straight onto Logan's head. That ratty little brat, he shouted angrily in warning. Found you. Alpaca's body felt as if it had been frozen. Damn it, caught. The moment he was discovered was also the moment the system announced the end of the game. He had to go back to the starting line once again. He couldn't remember how many times he had been caught by their underlings anymore. Viewers on the screen couldn't help but feel helpless. That's the 4th time, man. Making Alpaca feel incredibly embarrassed. Thanks. He put on a dejected look and lamented. Just need to take that guy down and Area 4 is done. But it's so tough. Netizens were completely helpless in the face of this case. Even this can be passed? Feels like it would take forever to finish. The Dominators are inherently unbeatable. Dominator is the term used to refer to the leaders of the gangs managing Area 4 of Altion City, also the major villains in the game, including the Queen, the head in charge of the country, followed by the Master of the Magic Tower, under one person but above 10,000 people. Can't forget the royal leader, the big names in the noble circle, and the boss of the Butcher Gang, for example, him, especially since he appears randomly in many hideouts, making finding him extremely tiring. Alpaca quickly opened the interface, looking for the secret map of the Butcher Gang. Even the viewers were extremely depressed. This trick again? He let out a heavy sigh. Let's see where that old guy is hiding first. The result appeared before his eyes, making him even more tired. A theater troupe? He crawled into another annoying place again. The notification sound grew louder and louder. Mad Dog donated 10,000. If he's at the theater troupe, just rush in and wreck the map. But I saw someone use their bare hands to wreck that map already. Why are you struggling so much? Alpaca suspiciously inquired. Thanks for the 10,000 donation, Mad Dog. But what do you mean by wreck the map? You guys know this game doesn't allow that kind of sweeping playstyle. The crowd heard this and was extremely surprised. It's impossible. Don't you scroll the community forum? He immediately rushed to update the situation on the community forum. His eyes suddenly flashed with light. Oh, someone really did it on the forum? Thousands of beautiful scenarios were drawn in Alpaca's head. If that person can sweep through this map, I will go apprentice under them and personally take down that old guy. Attempting an all-night stream, he asserted firmly, I will stream continuously until I've swept him away under the master's guidance. The comments section instantly became chaotic. Failed student donated 10,000 G. Do you dare take responsibility for that statement? But he still kept his arrogant look and promised, I'll take it, not afraid. Taking full responsibility. Because that's impossible. Money donations made easily suddenly brought out cheers from the screen, making him shiver slightly. A crazy thought flashed through Alpaca. Wait, is this real? He fearfully voiced his inquiry. So if the person who cleared that level is Gamer Bro, then I'll ask for permission to cancel the all-night stream. The crowd saw this and immediately swarmed into tease. Scared, huh? The terrifying power of netizens is revealed once again. Wake up, Alpaca. Naya, accept defeat, kid. The donation amount kept increasing, making him pale as a sheet. Mad Dog donated 10,000 G. Alpaca is dead. Contrary to that peaceful scene, on CO June's side, it had reached the realm of chaos. Screams rang out continuously in mid-air. The intruder has gone to the lower floor. Block him at all costs. Dozens of guards gradually gathered to surround the prey. But CO June's calm, carefree appearance still left everyone stunned. But it looks like you're almost past the level, bro. Back to 30 minutes before the appearance of the Divine Fist comet. Footsteps constantly rang out hurriedly in the small alley. The comments section also kept discussing excitedly. Where are they going? This alley looks so moldy. CO June shook his head boredly. Let's just follow them for now. But immediately was shut down by netizens. You haven't earned any reputation yet. It'll be a long time before you get info on him. They unanimously reminded him. If you want to find the traitor in the gang, you have to clear the side missions related to them first. This made him curious. Is this gang that hard to take down? The viewers couldn't help but feel helpless. Buddy, you're planning to overthrow a Dominator. What makes you think it's easy? CO June's face instantly showed a look of bewilderment. What the hell is a Dominator? The live screen instantly jumped with a series of comments. That's our streamer, all right. Did you newbies see that? This reminds me of that time. What is deflecting? Are you kidding us, Lo? Everyone had a laugh until they were breathless. This is hilarious. Donated 1,000 without knowing what a Dominator is, and you want to go hunt them. CO June's eyebrows met. I'm asking what it is. Can anyone explain? The crowd began to tease. What do you expect from a guy who doesn't even know how to deflect? Making him a bit guilty. I did go online last night to look up tactics for him, but he sighed heavily. The guides all reveal the informants, causing them to be retaliated against, so choosing any of them feels sketchy. Suddenly he thought of a perfect plan. then just beat them up so badly that they wouldn't dare whisper a thought of revenge. Simple as that. Too easy. Suddenly, Diane's voice woke him up back to reality. "Hey kid, hand over whatever good stuff you have while I'm still speaking nicely." He gave a cunning smile. "And that wallet you just swiped earlier too." The viewers couldn't help but feel embarrassed for him. Knew it would be like this, not surprised at all. He handled 13 people already. This is nothing. Rena, still not sensing danger, boldly approached. "Are you deaf? I told you to hand it over." Even a guy next to him had a laugh. "Boss, this brat seems to have gone insane from fear." Done. They didn't stop mocking CO Jun's appearance. "Go easy on him." "Come on, boss, look, are we scaring you? Be smart and pay up. We'll let you live." Only the netizens realized the truth. Looking at his face right now, he looks absolutely furious. CO Jun calmly probed. "Do you guys know where he is?" Diane heard this and looked confused. "He's our boss." "Of course I know." He lowered his voice, grinding out each word. "Where?" Making the guy start to fly into a rage. "Are you insane? Why the hell would we tell you?" CO Jun clenched his hand into a fist. "Is that so?" His handsome face gradually revealed a smile. "Then take a punch first, we'll talk later." He excitedly affirmed that fists are always the easiest common language to understand. While Rena still didn't realize the problem. "What the hell is this bastard mumbling?" He shouted angrily, giving the order, "Hey, rush in and teach him a lesson quick." Just as he finished his sentence, they jumped in to gang up on CO Jun, but his agility easily dodged all their attacks. His close-quarters combat ability also increased with each accumulation. Dante shouted furiously, "You ratty little brat, come on." He didn't hesitate to stab his weapon straight towards CO Jun. On the other hand, he calmly grabbed the leg of the person in front of him. Just a few seconds later, he easily knocked the opponent down. Dante was in so much pain that his eyes widened, his mouth constantly gasping for air because he was choking. But CO Jun showed no signs of letting him go, instead taking out his weapon to prepare to end the game. The guy beside couldn't take it anymore and rushed in a fight. "You bastard." He didn't hesitate to deliver a violent attack towards CO Jun. At the moment that seemed like a victory, his body suddenly trembled violently. CO Jun's eyes suddenly became unusually sharp, directly suppressing the opponent with his own killing intent. He didn't argue anymore and directly took him down. His handsome face didn't have a single ripple, as if he was too used to doing this. The space suddenly became quieter than ever, leaving only CO Jun alone in the middle of the small alley. The comment section was extremely delighted to have their eyes washed by the fan. Watching this map sweep is pretty addictive. Huh? Who's having the thought? Maybe I should try it too? Well, stop dreaming. Reno was now pale as a sheet. Damn it. The thought of running away had just flashed through his mind, but his body suddenly lost the ability to move. CO Jun sternly interrogated. "Where is he?" He was still determined to stick to his original stance. "I won't tell you even if I die." Just as he finished, the sword in Rena's hand was completely deformed by the overwhelming strength of the person in front of him. CO Jun darkened his face and gritted out, "Where is he?" Making the netizens extremely annoyed. "Dude, he's passed out. He can't say another word. So why ask?" His eyes flashed with threatening, murderous intent. "Answer me now." The viewers couldn't help but shiver. Is this a new type of torture? This guy is truly a crazy lord. Rena trembled, struggling to voice. Mausoleum number 13. His fingers suddenly trembled. His whole body was now flattened on the floor. The biggest theater. The comments section immediately became chaotic. This makes sense too? This guy's a demon incarnate. What kind of peak former AI was that? He opened up a new path. I've got goosebumps. Stop them already donated 1,000 G. Oh my. You tried your best to stop a monster like this. Clearing his name was so sudden. Holy cow. He sacrificed himself while on a mission. CO Jun boredly played with the weapon in his hand. But this dagger is short and uncomfortable to hold. He scanned his eyes around to survey the situation. Is there anything better around here? Suddenly he saw a useful item not far away. That looks good. The sound of metal kept clashing continuously from one space to another. Thousands of people ran in panic on the street, as if being 1 second late would end their lives. CO Jun's face remained expressionless as he swept through every territory. He took advantage of his agility to easily take care of everyone standing in his way. Even the toughest beings had to collapse before his terrifying power. Seo Jun calmly admired the victory he had just created himself. He shook his head slightly, feeling bored. The game developers are truly going too far, shoving 30 guys into this tiny theater and telling me to assassinate them, making the viewers couldn't help but feel annoyed. Who asked you to speak our minds? Suddenly, a bitter voice rang out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Approve. As soon as he finished the sentence, a bright object was launched into midair in place of a declaration of war. Seo Jun's eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise, but he very quickly regained his usual composure. A series of swords flew rapidly towards Seo Jun. His gaze became cold and sharp, and his posture was steadfast. In an instant, the rain of swords rushed in like a storm. Seo Jun immediately shattered the attack with a powerful technique. In an instant, the rain of swords rushed in like a storm. Seo Jun immediately shattered the attack with a powerful technique. Heavy footsteps and a mocking voice rang out. Not bad at all. His mouth slowly curled up meaningfully, but he clearly declared with a provocative look, "Can you withstand this attack of mine?" The space immediately shook violently, a series of swords flying away like missiles. He still kept his nonchalant expression. There's so damn many of them. Seo Jun swirled his weapon into a circle. His gaze became cold. The swords pierced into the wall, deep and cold cracks imprinted on it. Suddenly, one sword turned back. It pierced through his body and stuck straight into the wall. Amazing. His mouth slowly curled up meaningfully. The attack's coming at him, and he still defends smoothly. Is there anything in this world that he cannot defend against? You guys are absolutely right. His gaze immediately became interested. Fought well. What is your name? Seo Jun's voice lowered with authority. Anonymous. The screen immediately showed a notification. Usually, they don't even bother asking for a name. Must be really terrified right now. His expression intertwined with complex emotions. Good name. The strong deserve respect. Red-hot spears connected to chains were floating in space. So he clearly declared with a crazed look, "I will play with everything I've got." It was rushing away at high speed. He still kept his nonchalant expression when facing it. Seo Jun was now surrounded by heavy, moving chains. A spear suddenly attacked him from behind. In just an instant, with his agility, Seo Jun used his legs to counterattack powerfully. He fell into a brief moment of contemplation. When only through knives, I thought it was even easier to handle than a Tor. Seo Jun's gaze at documentivity. It turned out that this very weapon was what blocked everyone from beating the game. He slowly approached with strong, murderous intent. He immediately spoke in a mocking voice. It's supposed to be an assassination game, but they invested so much in the melee design. The screen immediately popped up a message. Maybe the game makers actually want to guide players toward a massacre style? From the beginning, melee combat has been an important part of the dawn of assassination anyway. His mouth curled up provocatively. Not coming up? His eyes bulged with a crazed look. Then I'll go first. He launched a direct attack toward him. Seo Jun paused for a moment when the iron chains were about to rush in. In just a split second, it slid past him decisively. He immediately rushed up when seeing Seo Jun retreating. Notifications continuously popped up. I see him just standing there defending the whole time. Looks like even Anonymous is about to die against this guy. That combo chain couldn't be defended from the start. That guy earlier was also pretty cocky. His expression intertwined with complex emotions. This match was clearly harder to swallow than handling 13 lives at once. Seo Jun still kept his calm expression when facing it, but his eyes were sharp. Even if it were a mountain of blades or a forest of swords, I could still find a way through. He rushed forward to attack crazily. They're blocking the way. He stuttered to a halt and then spoke skeptically. Is it just the two of you? His expression shifted when facing the powerful weapon. You think I'll let you pass? His footsteps stumbled back, his whole body trembling as he tried to exert himself to defend. 3 times Seo Jun's expression intertwined with complex emotions. It was a one-hit kill move for monsters. But for a boss type like him, it was only enough to buy time for one attack turn. He was tightly protected by iron chains. Even I was hard to hit because his chains protected him so well, it was hard to land a proper hit. He was tightly protected by iron chains. Even though it was hard to hit because his chains protected him so well, it was hard to land a proper hit. Seo Jun tightened the weapon in his hand. Because I just need to make the move accurate, and that's it. His expression became solemn. Seo Jun's footsteps imprinted on the ground with weight. The stance that I had practiced 10,000 times over to hone my sword. Standing firm, he still kept his calm expression while channeling energy. Then the force from his lower body was truly solid, a top-tier defensive stance. Seo Jun channeled his inner power to create a sense of extreme pressure before launching the move. His gaze was focused and sharp. Seo Jun's expression absolutely dominated psychologically. A direct hit to the head made him dizzy. The crazed power made him collapse. The screen seemed to explode. What just happened? He shattered his chains. It looks as easy as eating candy. The truth is that whatever people do that looks super easy proves they are true professionals. His expression intertwined with complex emotions. Because this is virtual reality, the body is a bit different, so I wasn't sure at first, but it turned out fine. Seo Jun felt every movement of his body. Seo Jun felt every movement of his body. From how he placed his feet, he controlled his body rhythmically, rotating his upper body. Seo Jun fell into a brief moment of contemplation up to the trajectory of his arm. His mouth slowly curled up meaningfully. Every moment was adjusted to the most optimal posture. Suddenly, the chain rushed in like a storm. Even if the body is different, it doesn't matter. Seo Jun's whole body was on high alert. He quickly retreated to dodge the attack. His face was distorted with rage. "You bastard, die." The spears connected to the chains aimed straight at Seo Jun. It wrapped tightly around the weapon in his hand. Seo Jun's gaze was sharp with a crazed look. He decisively counterattacked, making the space seem to shake. The chains now lay on the ground, broken into segments. That move won't work a second time. Seo Jun's footsteps became rapid. He jumped into the air and launched a fatal blow at him. This is fun. The moment of swinging the weapon like this. Seo Jun's mouth curled up mockingly. The only proof of my previous life. Blinding light covered the entire space. The swords plunged deep into the ground. His gaze became bloodshot and crazed. Seo Jun poured all his strength into his hands. A powerful finishing blow made the space seem to shake. His health stats had now run out. He was nonchalant about the notification sent that he had finished off the boss disguised as him, rewarded with a fragment. A series of comments were sent. Anonymous is a god. Anonymous is a god. Anonymous is a god. Anonymous is a god. Mom, I got to witness the first person in the world to beat the game. Mom, I got to witness the first person in the world to beat the game. Mom, I got to witness the first person in the world to beat the game. Josie, an assassin account, donated 100,000 won. This is the hope of the Muzu 111 school. Seo Jun immediately spoke excitedly. Thank for the 100K one donation, Josie an assassin. He paused when noticing the view count. Seo Jun's expression intertwined with complex emotions. Since when did the viewers get this high? The sunset covered the ancient castle and the white lotus leaf. Seo Jun's expression intertwined with complex emotions. He paused when noticing the view count. It was even higher than his own follower count. Seo Jun's mood suddenly became empty. He suddenly felt shy as his cheeks turned red. Seo Jun's mood suddenly became empty. He suddenly felt shy as his cheeks turned red. Seo Jun fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Kim Tu had told me not to worry too much about the view count, but Tae Woo frantically questioned. Even if there was only one viewer at first, I had to perform my best. If people suddenly flooded in to watch, I absolutely must not be arrogant. Are you listening? This is the blood and tear-soaked advice of this friend. His mouth curled up meaningfully, but how could one help but be happy? Seo Jun's expression intertwined with complex emotions. But this is also the first time in the world someone has beaten the game, right? The comments sent were, "This is how he proves his strength." Oh, that's insane. This guy is really playing a different game all by himself. Drops of blood on the pipe dripped onto the ground. Pipe Assassin account donated 100,000 won. The scarier part is he actually took it down with a pipe. Pipe Assassin laughs to death. The comments were still discussing, what do we do if this match didn't have a damage buff? The comments were still discussing, what do we do if this match didn't have a damage buff? What else to do? He would still eat it up. That's what makes it even scarier. He spoke indifferently. Thanks for the 100,001 donation. Pipe assassin. Co. Jun's gaze became puzzled. Ah, I have a question. He stood proudly amidst the gloomy scenery. Did the guards not come? The screen popped up a notification. The guards of this world are truly like police in graphs, never showing their faces when on duty. The guards are hiding in a corner, trembling. The assassin is too scary. They immediately chased after. These guys are easy. Just handle them. Save me, the comments sent. And yet when I go pickpocketing, they sneakily appear. Co. Jun's expression intertwined with complex emotions. So that's how it is. Then let's go. The sunset gradually fell. He slowly walked on the bustling street. Co. Jun paused when a call rang out. Anonymous. The person in black stood opposite him, hooded tightly. Co. Jun's voice lowered with authority. Who is that? Christina tightened her hooded cloak. Her expression intertwined with complex emotions. You have defeated him. The screen popped up a notification. Christina is drop-dead gorgeous. Christina immediately handed over a bag with a sincere look. Thanks to you, we have taken another step toward escaping oppression. Her expression still kept a calm look. Thank you. Here is your reward. He paused with a suspicious gaze. Receive currency. Co. Jun's expression became confused. I didn't even accept the mission to defeat him. Yet there's still a reward. A notification rang. I'm busy admiring Christina's face. What is happening? Correct. Even without accepting the mission, they still give rewards as usual. He sighed. I don't even have anywhere to spend money. Laughter behind the screen flashed. Pipes are thrown everywhere on the street. Who needs cash anymore? Co. Jun mocked. If I didn't take the money, I don't know why I killed him. It's just that he must be very confused too. Christina slowly spoke. Where are we going next? He decisively cut in. Do I necessarily have to tell you? Her expression intertwined with complex emotions. All right. Christina decisively turned and left. Then I'll go first. See you later, Anonymous. Co. Jun fell into a brief moment of contemplation. He still kept his nonchalant expression. Co. Jun's gaze turned toward the ancient castle. Does this count as a successful assassination? The screen popped up a notification. But I never admitted this game as assassination. Do you know what assassination means? The comments were immediately sent. This oblivious, sarcastic nature is exactly his charm. His gaze was confused. Is it time to celebrate the victory now? Co. Jun spoke mockingly and indifferently. I've done everything I needed to do. Now I'm going to party. The notification immediately cut in. Wait a minute. The pulling sounds rang continuously. Wait a minute. How could everything end so easily? He ignored the notification decisively. See you next time. Co. Jun was now gradually sinking into a stupor. A moment later, he lethargically stretched when waking up. Co. Jun paused when seeing Tae-woo appear. He immediately questioned with dissatisfaction. Hey, why are you being so sloppy? What the hell are you doing in someone else's room? He raised an eyebrow and spoke indifferently. I'm off today, so I'm sitting here watching your live stream. Pretty addictive. Co. Jun was suppressing his anger. Then why the M did you come into my room to watch? And get your feet off me right now. Tae-woo spoke mockingly. My room is my room, and your room is also my room. Why are you so picky? He crazily hit him with a pillow. From now on, kids, please go to the bathroom quickly. A while later, Co. Jun still kept his nonchalant expression. Now we can continue. How was the live stream? Any feedback? Tae-woo followed the screen intently, then exclaimed, For 440 viewers, this atmosphere is pretty hot. Tae-woo followed the screen intently, then exclaimed, For 440 viewers, this atmosphere is pretty hot. The mouse cursor immediately moved on the screen. Co. Jun's gaze darkened with a crazed look. Where is Drake? The screen notified. Not yet. Currently, he is still dazed and hasn't woken up. A series of news pages reported hurriedly. Who is that person? Anonymous is a featured article from now on. Whoever doubts Anonymous is my enemy. 102 likes. They told us to check it towards strength, so he handled him too. Any comments? Sounds like the title of some light novel. What is a fragment? Never seen that before. I played the beta and saw the ending. but I've never seen that item ever. What? Wasn't that gifted when defeating him? No, you don't get it just by winning, only when defeating him in deep M mode. Curious as hell, his expression intertwined with complex emotions. Looks like there's still no info on the order fragment. CO Jun paused with a suspicious gaze. Only obtainable in deep M mode? What is this item for anyway? The phone screen showed a negative comment. If you guys are so excited about your internal jokes, I'll like it then. Tae-woo's mouth curled up meaningfully. Usually when you start getting famous, you'll have to take some heat. Tae-woo's mouth curled up meaningfully. Usually when you start getting famous, you'll have to take some heat. Tae-woo's mouth curled up meaningfully. Usually when you start getting famous, you'll have to take some heat. Tae-woo walked out of the room indifferently, then exclaimed, "There are over 10,000 people following on the community network." He fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Is this telling me to become even more famous? But how? Seo Yoon post skiptikedu. A series of articles were posted. His gaze became confused. Alpaca, sharing info about the legendary final capsule of the late great person. Page views 1.7 million. 6 days ago, he clearly declared with a provocative look, "I will continue the challenge until I defeat him in deep M mode. I am expressing my respect for my master." CO Jun's mouth slowly curled up. Can you shoulder the responsibility for those words? Then I'll take responsibility by failing miserably. Tae-woo paused when hearing the call. Tae-woo. He stepped into the room, then slowly spoke. Do you know anything about a streamer named Alpaca? He answered indifferently. Know him. We've collaborated a few times. What? CO Jun's mouth curled up meaningfully. Have a little favor to ask you. Scene change in the dense forest. Alpaca sat down tiredly. Don't know how many times I've failed. His expression darkened when watching on the screen. M3 is me. You play like crap. Stop playing. Just give up on this unarmed challenge. Alpaca's mood plummeted as if falling into an abyss. This cruel brat. I should have finished him off by using the reputation gained from assassinating other NPCs. He paused with a suspicious gaze. Big Bang suddenly appeared with a cold gaze. Alpaca, trembling, approached, then whispered, "Big Bang." It immediately spat at him. "Everyone, Big Bang is here to cheer for you all." The screen notified. Big Bang really came. Alpaca's expression darkened with rage. "Oh, seen it so many times, but I still can't get used to this." His gaze fell helplessly. "There's nothing to play at all?" The screen notified. "If successful, I will respect that person as my master, learn from them, and continue the challenge until I defeat him in Muzu mode." Alpaca paused with a suspicious look. "What? Someone actually beat it? You're joking, right?" He slowly reached toward the screen, clicking on the Muzu title to view. Alpaca's expression intertwined with complex emotions. "For real? You even faked this to trick me? I told you this trick doesn't work on me." CO Jun's image immediately appeared on trending. The first person to beat Anonymous, the Muzu. He felt a chill down his spine. What? They actually defeated it? Who on earth is this person? Alpaca was still not over the shock, and a message was immediately sent. He opened it with a suspicious look. Oh, damn it. Got tricked hard. What do I do now? Alpaca's gaze darkened. He followed Tae-woo's message intently. Scene change at the movie South Korea skyscraper. Heat from the coffee cup slowly rose. Paima's mouth curled up satisfactorily. He slowly enjoyed it, then exclaimed, "Smells great." The door suddenly swung open. "Boss," Paima immediately questioned. "Don't you know how to knock?" "Jang araplia ukwarli, im suri, boss." Paima frowned with an annoyed look. "And what's the rush?" He rushed to say, "Exactly, we're done for, boss." Jang Ha's expression immediately went pale with anxiety. A dominator was just defeated. Hearing that, he immediately slammed his hand on the table. And it was a solo victory. What's more, Paima's gaze darkened. "Which dominator?" His voice lowered heavily. "Drake." He sighed, then exclaimed, "Scared me. Thought what happened?" "Drake, he's the weakest among them anyway." Paima still kept his nonchalant expression. He was going to be defeated sooner or later. Jang Ha spoke uneasily. "But what if the player starts getting curious about the order fragment?" He waved his hand decisively. "Forget it. Worrying for nothing. If they collect all the order fragments, it might affect the current plan." But his gaze fell heavily. From the beginning, you were the one who designed the protection system and put it into the game, weren't you? The fragment bearing crazed power appeared. Order fragment 1/4. Hidden item obtainable when defeating the Dominator of Anton through a special route. The space shook when the power attacked directly. Item only obtainable when defeating the Dominator solo. However, among them, the guard Dominators cannot be defeated without a certain technique. The screen popped up a notification. Technique not yet unlocked. Obtainable through a special route. A helpless sigh rang out. Just use it, damn it. What a hassle. Mysterious technique arranged with many traps. That technique was also designed so that players would have to spend quite a bit of time unlocking it. The screen turned blood red. You've been playing for over 10 hours. Please get some rest. A series of articles appeared on the front page. In other words, there's currently no reason to worry. Zhang Ha's expression intertwined with complex emotions, but he still felt uneasy and hesitantly spoke. What if that 1 in a million chance really happens? On top of that, the person who did it is a streamer who just went live a few minutes ago. Paimon frowned with dissatisfaction. You're too noisy. Get back to work. He paused with a suspicious gaze. About 2 seconds, Paimon's voice lowered with authority. What do you know, he just finished live streaming? Sounds like you were watching the live stream during work hours. Zhang Ha paused. That is. His eyes bulged with dissatisfaction. This time I'm really docking your salary. He decisively turned and left. Please, boss, spare my life. Paimon jumped up, suppressing his rage. This kid is truly something else. We'll deal with this at the performance review. His mood became confused. They won't actually collect the whole pile, right? A skeptical voice slowly rang out. A live stream collaboration. Alpaca still kept his nonchalant expression. Didn't I tell you earlier? Suha spoke confusedly. Is it today, brother? He watched the newly updated information intently. Are you actually serious about doing this? Seeing that this gig had absolutely no value for finding new talent, his expression was a mix of complex emotions. Suha, you're misunderstanding something here. Alpaca clenched his fist and declared. He isn't coming here as just some ordinary guest. He stood up abruptly with a look of excitement. He's a highly sought-after, top-tier master guest. He stood up abruptly with a look of excitement. He's a highly sought-after, top-tier master guest. His voice dropped with intense, killing intent. So what if he's good at one assassination game? I only acknowledge gamers who come from the pro circuit. Put that away. He sighed softly and spoke indifferently. This kid is really something else. Anyway, can you lend your backup machine to Mr. Seo Jun for a bit later? Suha frowned. What? You have an extra machine, don't you? Alpaca maintained his casual demeanor. I heard his synchronization rate is a bit low, and since you just upgraded to the expensive model, it should run great. He flatly refused with cold detachment. Absolutely not. Didn't you just call him a master? How can a master have such a low synchronization rate? At least make your lies believable. Suha turned and left decisively. I'm going to sit and watch the reaction to this collaboration livestream, so call me when he arrives. His gaze dimmed for a moment before he exclaimed, This guy's insanely difficult. Why is he suddenly getting so angry? Alpaca suddenly paused in suspicion. Wait a second. He fell into a brief moment of calculation. Doesn't that mean he soloed and cleared it under such non-ideal conditions? Oh man, if that's the case, how terrifying must he be in real life? Is he actually a mobster? If I don't watch this match, I'm going to be completely out of the loop. Why do you have to do that? Fine, goodbye then. Alpaca's face darkened immediately. Damn it. Maybe suggesting this collaboration was a mistake. He paused again with a suspicious look. His voice sounded slowly. Nice to meet you. Alpaca's face went pale. What was that? Seo Jun's lips curled into a mysterious smile. My name is Jean Seo Jun. He was still in shock. Good-looking, a perfectly natural face. He looks much more normal than I imagined. In person, he's even more handsome than his avatar. And I thought it was just the magic of the character creator all this time. Even with the default appearance, he's already perfect. His eyes became puzzled. What do you mean by character creator? A flurry of comments rolled in. Does this guy actually know anything at all? Selling a pig in a poke like this. This is totally insane, man. This is enough precedent to sue. Don't you feel bad for the new viewers? Bigger eyes, higher nose, sharper jaw, broader shoulders, more muscle. Alpaca became dissatisfied and questioned. We're out here killing ourselves to customize our avatars just to make them look barely decent, and he's out here like that. Taewoo spoke up excitedly. Brother, long time no see. I'm here too. Come on in, man. He paused. Taivo, long time no see. All right, please follow me. A chorus of replies rang out. Excuse us. Seo Jun's expression was a mix of complex emotions, and he fell into a brief moment of contemplation. From the outside, you'd think this is just a normal house. Seo Jun carefully observed the layout of the house, feeling as though the person had completely separated their workspace from their living space. So, this is what the office of a veteran streamer looks like. Alpaca spoke casually. I'll go make some coffee. Everyone, feel free to sit and wait a moment. He replied excitedly. Let me help. Taewoo whispered with a puzzled look. Brother, where do you get the confidence to agree to that bet? What a good man. He frowned in dissatisfaction. If you're here just to mock me, get lost. Seo Jun paused with a calm demeanor. Suho walked into the room unexpectedly. Hello. His voice was heavy and low. I'm Lai Suha, Alpaca's manager and editor. He maintained his calm expression. Hello, I'm streamer Dean Seo Yun. The handshake was initiated immediately. Seo Jun's eyes were a mix of complex emotions. What is this? Are they trying to intimidate me? Suha spoke with a mocking tone. You seem to be extremely good at gaming, huh? He answered decisively. I suppose so. You seem to be extremely good at gaming, huh? He answered decisively. I suppose so. Seo Jun's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Actually, that's a secret. His footsteps stopped immediately. What is he trying to pull now? No way. That jerk Lai Suha. He clearly declared. I played in the Pro League for a short time about 3 years ago. Alpaca's eyes widened in shock. 3 years ago, he became flustered and stammered. Pro League? You were that good back then? What rank were you? Seo Yun answered decisively. Silver rank. Sua's eyes remained puzzled. I don't think that's true. There's no way someone who's given up gaming for years could suddenly be this good. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Well, who knows? Maybe it's possible. He clearly declared with a challenge. Then let's do a solo match in the training room and see. Seo Yun paused. Right now, Alpaca spoke slowly. Why do you want to solo with Seo Jun? Suha's voice carried provocation. Why else? I just want to test his skills. He frowned and questioned. What's up? He remained casual, suddenly acting all cocky. I'm saying this only because I want what's best for you, man. Seo Jun's eyes became puzzled. Why are you suddenly being so polite? Taewoo's expression turned serious immediately. I honestly advise you not to be foolish enough to solo with this guy. His eyes still held a sense of defiance. Why do you think you'll definitely lose? He remained casual. This isn't even about winning or losing. That's because his expression turned serious. Taewoo clearly declared. His expression turned serious. Taewoo clearly declared. His voice dropped with authority. If you want to fight him in the training room, you'd be better off challenging an M-level dungeon instead. He paused in suspicion. What? Then don't tell me. Suha's eyes carried confusion. Is this guy the nameless one? The start button was displayed on the video screen. The first scene showed Seo Jun dueling Shin Ha-yeon. The two blades clashed, creating sparks and a quite piercing sound. Finally, as if it couldn't take any more, its sword was completely shattered by him. Watching this part, both Alpaca and Suha looked shocked. Absolutely insane. The video continued to play, while he held his head in panic. He actually pulled that off, but that's Shin Ha-yeon. As the video was about to end, he gave a proper assessment. It was a one-sided match. Except for the blows he intentionally took, he didn't get hit once. Seo Jun's voice rang out. If you work hard at training for another 80 years, maybe you'll stand a chance. It left the two of them dumbfounded. Alpaca stood up and blurted out. The arrogance of this guy is truly crazy. Wait, why am I suddenly feeling pressured about this collaboration broadcast? Seeing his attitude, Suha was extremely satisfied and showed an arrogant expression. See? This is Jin Seo Jun, leaving him unable to hide his helpless expression as he thought. And why are you the one acting so cocky? After watching the video, Suha suddenly fell into an unusual silence. While the other two were chatting, he called out to Seo Jun. He turned his head and answered obediently. Yes. Before anyone knew it, Suha was already standing in front of Seo Jun. He looked like he was about to lunge at him. From now on, the other two were no longer in the mood to joke around and quickly intervened. Hey Lee Suha. Man, wait a second. Who would have thought he would bow his head and shout? I will honor you as my big brother. Suha was startled and climbed onto Alpaca. The relatively calm person laughed and said, What the hell? I was worried for nothing. And Seo Jun was left completely stunned. Suha kept pointing at himself and declared, Whoever is good at games is my big brother. From now on, big brother, feel free to talk to me. Outwardly, he agreed blankly, but inwardly he was rolling his eyes. Being respected is fine, but in terms of age, you shouldn't be calling me big brother. You should be calling me your ancestor. If I count my previous life, how old am I exactly? Taewoo had calmed down and was laughing teasingly. Since this is no big deal, let it go. Look at his blank face. As soon as he finished, he got hit in the head with a tissue box. While Alpaca was pondering the strange issue, and more importantly, what happened 3 years ago, the other two started joking around. If you're good, bring on. His eyes focused on Seo Jun. No way Seo Jun has been playing for that long, right? The other person, not knowing anything, angrily told off the person who was bothering him. The look on your face is incredibly annoying. What did you say? Seeing Alpaca so silent, Suha nudged him with his elbow. Hey, what are you two doing? Seeing Alpaca so silent, Suha nudged him with his elbow. Hey, what are you two doing? He finally snapped back to reality. Oh, right, is it time already? Remembering what he was thinking earlier, Alpaca dismissed it. No, I must be overthinking it. Then he called out calmly. Seo Jun, shall we go? Just as he was about to throw the tissue box at Taewoo again, he turned around and answered. Yes, he gave instructions. First, let's go to my machine booth. But he was interrupted by Suha, who was extremely excited. Please follow me, big brother. Even though he was a bit confused by the man's display of respect, Seo Jun did not refuse. Thanks. Hearing that, he said happily, Oh, he truly is a god. Ignoring Alpaca, who had a bright red handprint on his face. What a quick change of heart. A notification appeared. Alpaca had started the live stream. Countless comments appeared, showing everyone's excitement. A notification appeared. Alpaca had started the live stream. Countless comments appeared, showing everyone's excitement. The screen showed Alpaca's happy face. Before getting to the main point, he asked a question to lead everyone. Great to see you all again. I'm sure everyone knows what day it is today, right? The reactions in the comments were not very interested. As if we came here not knowing. Get Alpaca's face out of the screen already. Reading these lines made Alpaca mutter. What the hell? This is my stream. Is no one here to see me? Everyone continued to tease him jokingly. Exactly. That's right. Any problems with that? While he was sniffing, a friendly comment appeared. Actually, I came here to see Alpaca, which made Alpaca happy, and he shouted. Oh, look, the big whale cam. Did you really come here to see me? But that person's goal was actually to watch the non-stop grinding stream. His mood kept changing. There's no tiring grinding today. You kid, I'm sending you to the island. The viewers all laughed and dropped ha symbols. But one person noticed something else and asked, Wait, why no grinding today? Alpaca seemed quite satisfied with this question. Why am I not grinding today? Good question. Then he drew out his tone. Because today is, someone even commented with heartbeat sound to make the situation more exciting. Thump, 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 thump. Finally, he stated the answer with eyes burning with determination. Movie will be the game we're playing today. Someone jokingly commented. This guy is incredibly excited. Then he pointed to a fairly large wooden crate and introduced. Right now, I'd like to introduce the professor who will teach me the secret Muzu technique today. Seeing the wooden crate suddenly crack and a golden light flash, the chat room became noisy again. Did this guy suddenly find some master out of nowhere? What kind of spawn effect is that? After the wooden boards fell, Alpaca's excited voice rang out. Please welcome streamer Jin Seo Jun. Come on out. But who would have thought it was completely empty inside? Leaving him bewildered. The chat room asked in confusion, What is this? Why isn't he appearing? They teased him once again. Is this a collaboration over the phone? All right, stop the delusions, Alpaca. But Alpaca was focused on something else now. What happened? Why isn't he there? The viewers made speculative comments. That master is actually just Alpaca's imaginary friend. Din Siu. Yes, but the collaboration is tomorrow, man. Alpaca. Oh my god. Din Siu. I'm not coming because you haven't paid me enough yet. Alpaca made him furious, and he retorted. It's not a collaboration over the phone, guys. But no one believed him. Stop lying, man. Looks like we're back to grinding through the night. Let's go, guys. Seeing that, Alpaca had to play his last card. Look at this. It's clearly written on the system board. We even have a plan to rank up online later. Suddenly, a new notification appeared on the screen. A message from Jean Seo Jun. He opened the message and read, Hey Pege, it's Jean Seo Jun. The next two messages came from Seo Jun. I don't know how to get into your waiting room. Alpaca, can you send me an invite? Hee hee. The viewers stared at the screen. The chat room became noisy again. Typing hee hee sounds insanely annoying. Is this acting or is it real? Alpaca laughed awkwardly and sent the room info 1000. But inwardly, he was panicking. That's what I want to ask too. Is this guy serious? Is he just acting to make the stream more exciting? After a while of commercials, Seo Jun appeared with a bright smile. Hello everyone. I'm sorry for being late. I'm streamer Din Seo Jun. The latecomer had finally revealed himself. The two sat on a straw mat. Alpaca waved his hand and said, That's normal. After all, technically you're still just a newbie. Hearing that, the viewers made comments that pierced straight through his heart. A newbie? And you couldn't even get into the waiting room. That's a bit much. It's Alpaca's fault for not preparing early. And yet this guy is asking for teachings from that newbie. While he was reading the comments, he secretly checked the screen. The attraction wasn't bad at all. It was about to hit 20,000 viewers. But then he thought helplessly, why does it feel like malicious but funny comments appeared? Stop living in real life and go back into the game to grind. Isn't your life a game already? Go back to your true self, losing to a beginner? It's because I've been living a real life lately. The comments in this room seem a bit curious. Looking at Alpaca's sad expression, Seo Jun secretly formed a guess. It felt like using streamers as a joke had become a genre of content itself. Every room's chat box is different depending on the streamer's personality. There are streamers who really like to put their viewers down and curse at them. Any other kid want to mess around? I'm sorry, Big Brother, don't do it again next time. Obeying Big Brother is great, Big Brother. Banned from chatting for a day, wonderful day. Meanwhile, other streamers aim for a completely clean broadcast. Civilized, but I actually quite like this free and liberated atmosphere. Even though I like it, the comments are teasing a bit too much. You play like a noob, quit gaming. Look at that skill level. What is it now? It made an old man like him helplessly pray. Please respect your elders. Surely I won't get torn apart for my skill level, right? After a bit of joking around, Alpaca clapped his hands. Now, to the main point. As everyone knows, thanks to Seo Jun taking down the Drake, I'm stuck with this non-stop grinding stream bet. Just as he got serious, the comments bit back. The account, Who's the Dummy, generously donated 1,001. If anyone successfully does that, I will honor them as my master, follow their teachings, and stream continuously until I take down the Drake in mode. Oh, the chat is hurting me. It made him grind his teeth and threaten softly. I will skin you alive. Do you hear me? I have to slap that big-mouthed person until they shut up. But they weren't afraid at all. Is Alpaca being roasted until he's triggered? He couldn't hold it in anymore. Seo Jun turned his face and covered his mouth with his hand. Even hiding like that, it couldn't escape Alpaca's eyes. Hey, you shouldn't be standing there laughing, Seo Jun. If you hadn't taken down that Drake, I wouldn't be doing this exhausting grinding stream bet, paying the price for the tempo I created myself. He chuckled and replied, That's actually true. I do feel a bit responsible for you, Alpaca. Hearing that, he finally said happily, Right, but Seo Jun's next words made him stop smiling. It's my fault for taking it down without realizing there were people out there confident enough to declare that it was impossible to take down the Drake in Musa mode on the second day of the game's release. Alpaca cried inwardly. Man, saying it like that, where can I hide my face? What should I do now? Viewers seize the opportunity to tease. The mocking session begins. Translating the apology. But that is entirely your fault. Alpaca is such a fool. He intently watched Seo Jun, who was happily chatting with the comments. He's unexpectedly sweet. Looking at the other's comfortable demeanor, Alpaca thought to himself. With so many viewers, he didn't seem worried at all. On the contrary, it looked like he was actually enjoying it. I can relax and continue the live stream now. After thinking, he made a cute face and said, "Yes, I know it's my fault. So please save me from my past mistakes." Master, Seo Jun nodded humbly in agreement. "I'll try my best." Hearing that, Alpaca happily raised 2 fingers and started listing the tasks for today's live stream. Now let's go. There will be a total of 2 parts of content that I'll do with Seo Jun today. The first part is entering the game with Seo Jun to receive his teachings. The next part of the content is still a secret, until the day this Muzu grinding stream bet is successful. Before we start the match, let me ask something. Seo Jun, which basic skills have you upgraded? He was a bit surprised and blurted out, "Skills." Then he reported honestly, "I haven't actually upgraded any of them." It left him unable to help but ask in shock. In this day and age, who still grinds games manually without upgrading any skills? Have you never used a single skill until now? What about the basic passives that help increase attack speed, movement speed, or damage? Seo Jun thought about it for a moment, then scratched his cheek and replied, "I've never touched those. Is it mandatory to use them?" The livestream screen showed Alpaca's face with his mouth wide open. The ugly look on his face whenever he panicked. A moment later, he regained his voice. "What?" Seo Jun thought about the truth, that he didn't use skills because he didn't know how, but saying that out loud sounded a bit pathetic, didn't it? So he gave a confident smile and replied, "I just didn't think it was necessary to use them." The comments section was surprised by his coolness and didn't forget to turn and tease Alpaca. Truly insane. Try imitating that style. If an alpaca from a potato lab dares to bark that he can take someone down with his bare hands, he should at least be able to do this. He was forcing a laugh, not knowing what to say. Why is it that, ever since Seo Jun appeared, I feel like everything is working against me? The viewer count is increasing. Let's try to hold on a bit longer. For the sake of the goal, Alpaca had to try and smile. The second part of the content I'll be doing with Seo Jun relates to those skills. He played a video and asked, "Have you all seen this type of video before?" He played a video and asked, "Have you all seen this type of video before?" The other person's remaining sword gradually cracked and finally couldn't take it anymore, shattering completely. The system appeared. Weak point detected. Skill unlocked. Quest requirement. Destroy 10 weapons by finding their weak point. February 10th. The system appeared. Weak point detected. Skill unlocked. Quest requirement. Destroy 10 weapons by finding their weak point. February 10th. Alpaca continued to explain. Surely everyone knows the concept of weak points that always appears in fantasy novels, right? It's that critical line that helps you easily split an object in half. Just need to find 10 lines like that, and the weak point locating skill will be unlocked. Just then, someone asked, "So what?" 2 fingers were raised in front. To date, I found a total of 2 weak points. One was the willow sword that was accidentally broken in the video we just watched. The other is the weak point of a long sword that I learned through a side quest NPC. Then his eyes flashed. But I heard Seo Jun said he thought. With sparkling eyes, Alpaca shifted his attention to the person who had been silent the whole time. He can find the patterns behind those weak points. With sparkling eyes, Alpaca shifted his attention to the person who had been silent the whole time. He can find the patterns behind those weak points. How on earth does anyone know something like that? Is this newbie some kind of gaming saint? Facing their reaction, he wasn't angry, but advised calmly. "Oh, everyone calm down a little." Then, he excitedly made an enticing offer. "But never mind. I bet we should make a wager on whether he'll find that pattern before today's stream ends." The streaming platform has a channel point system. Points automatically increase just by watching. Alpaca, please play a horror game. And those points can be used to redeem chat effects or issue ridiculous requests to the streamer. These points cannot be exchanged for cash, though. However, there's another real reason viewers are extremely fond of these points. The channel point prediction game, where viewers use points to bet on the outcome of the stream. The channel point prediction has started. A large screen appears behind Alpaca. All right, I've given you guys plenty of time to lock in your bets. Take your time placing them. Channel point prediction. Will he find 1 or 2 weak points by pure luck during today's stream? No. Will he find 3 or 4? What kind of nonsense is this? Will he fail just like everyone else? Those who commented that he clearly wouldn't find them just chose the safe option to be sure. Someone commented angrily, "What on earth are those people betting on the underdog thinking?" Reading this, CO June asked curiously, "What are safe option and underdog?" He cleared up the confusion. The safe option is the result that's more likely to happen, but even if you win, the reward rate is super low, while the underdog is for bets with low chances of winning, but once you hit it, you win big. On the channel point prediction board, everyone's predictions are displayed. Will he find 1 or 2 weak points by pure luck during today's stream? No. Will he find 3 or 4? What kind of nonsense is this? Will he fail just like everyone else? No way. He is an alien with a third eye that sees through weak points. For more. A moment later, he understood clearly, so he revealed a dead fish-eye expression and asked, "So that means betting on me, finding 4 or more is called betting on the underdog?" The person replied a bit awkwardly, "As of right now, that is indeed the case." CO June said into the screen, "Everyone, if you go all in on the 4 or more option, the payout is 100 times. Everyone didn't really believe this. Trust me, where did that excessive confidence come from? I don't know how you can be so sure about that. One guy even donated extra money. Account Josie and Assassin donated 10,000 won. I trusted CO June and went all in with all the points I've accumulated over 3 years on the 4 or more option. Am I crazy or what? What a total new move." Seeing the donated money, he calmly declared, "Let me congratulate you in advance. You're about to win big, 100 times your bet." Finally, the assassination dawn began. An ancient castle appeared in the middle of the night under a full moon. Blood splattered onto the ground. A large cut was etched onto Lewis's face. The perpetrator of this was wearing a savage smile. With a sharp sword in hand, his whole body trembled as he begged, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life." But he was slashed across the face by the sword again. Perhaps because of the blood, the atmosphere, and even the moonlight seemed stained red. Lewis threatened, "Try running away. If you can run, I'll let you live." Hearing this, despite the pain all over his body, Lewis still tried to crawl away to escape. That was Lewis Neville. This scene was witnessed by someone who added an introduction. He is the son of Richard Neville, the ruler of the far northeast. No wonder CO June felt he looked familiar. That was the same kid I saw in the video earlier. Alpaca raised an eyebrow and suggested, "First, we have to test his skills, right?" A sword appeared out of thin air, an ordinary sword. The craftsmanship wasn't particularly excellent, but it had no flaws either. The supplier was Alpaca. After receiving the item, he jumped to the ground, leaving him chatting with everyone. Now listen everyone, even if you know where to slash to break it, actually pulling that off isn't easy at all. Just reenacting that video alone is much harder than blocking attacks. According to me, suddenly a desperate scream made Alpaca jump and open his eyes wide. The owner of this scream was Lewis, who was being slashed by CO June from his chest to his abdomen, and his whole body fell heavily to the ground. It only took a few seconds for him to finish defeating the target. Weak point detected, skill unlocked, quest requirement. Destroy 10 weapons by finding their weak point. January 10th. Everyone was noisy at this sight. Huh? Just a moment ago you said this was very hard. A master is indeed a master. Are you guys to bet on the safe option, starting to scoop up your rewards already? Alpaca approached, excitedly praising him. As expected, you did on the first try. Clearly, your level is on a completely different playing field compared to us. In his heart, he added another sentence. I had to fail over and over again to accidentally get it right once. He smiled and reminded him. But you also know that this trick hasn't been clearly proven yet, right? The other person replied calmly. That is true, but now it's certain. Hearing that, Alpaca asked confusedly. What's certain? CO June's lips curled into a smile. That the pattern I came up with is completely correct. CO June's lips curled into a smile. That the pattern I came up with is completely correct. Hey everyone, please don't say bitter words to CO June. Suddenly, Cavalry appeared, shouting loudly. There's an intruder. The intruder had appeared, but facing such danger, he smiled and said, All right, seeing is believing, so I'll demonstrate for everyone right here and now. Seo Jun's eyes dimmed and became sharp. A weak point that can be completely destroyed. The thing that people said only Shaolin High monks who reached the realm of clairvoyance in their past lives could see. Although my martial arts back then were very powerful, I wasn't a monk, so I couldn't see it. But even so, I can still do a similar trick. Images from his past life appeared continuously. Just like back then, I just needed to grasp the opponent's intent, and that was it. The intent of the person who created it. All I need to do is get the hang of it. While he was closing his eyes to reminisce and concentrate, the chat room was still in the dark. Why are you closing your eyes like that? Wait, are you giving up? Because his vision wasn't being used, Seo Jun's other senses were extremely acute, making it very easy to block the cavalry's shield. The cavalryman couldn't help but realize something with a jolt. The sword slashed diagonally. Everything suddenly became quiet. Alpaca stood blankly watching from behind. Suddenly a crack appeared. His next sword swing literally caused the cavalryman to disintegrate. Rock fragments flew past his face, which was wide open in astonishment. Alpaca was so excited that his face turned red. He's truly insane. Alpaca was so excited that his face turned red. He's truly insane. Alpaca ruffled his own hair and kept saying, He just found it. And he did it while keeping his eyes shut tight. What on earth is this? Is he actually a monster? Everyone also quickly responded. I swear, I'm not saying this seriously. What on earth is he seeing? This is truly genius level. He couldn't hold back his excitement and ran toward the other person to ask. No, Seo Jun, how on earth did you? Suddenly, a ting sound made both of them pay attention. Although money was donated, the person's words were extremely harsh. Account, it's all staged, donated 1,001. Didn't you two sit down and write a script for this together since yesterday? Watching this blatantly staged trick is disgusting. That one comment alone drove Alpaca crazy, and he started arguing immediately. Staged? No way. Just a moment ago, I thought Seo Jun was just bluffing. Who knew it would be this peak as the comments started to get rowdy because of the event that just happened? The safe bet guys are burning up right now. Fake streamer. Apologize. Scam, scam, scam. Streamer, that was my tuition money. Show some pity, will you? Is this for real? The truth is too painful. Real life feels like a joke. The dog jokes like it's real. I told you to trust Master Nameless. Boycott the fake streamer. Seo Jun leisurely added another wound to their hearts. I told you to trust me and place your bets, which made one person unable to take it anymore and start wailing. It's too late, man. Suddenly, he remembered something and gave a small smile. But it's strange. It's not just the safe bet guys who are about to go bust, right? Seo Jun slowly recalled the prediction board that Alpaca introduced earlier. In today's live stream, he'll luckily find 1 or 2 flaws. Maybe not even find 3 or 4. Master Nameless will come away empty-handed like everyone else. Then he gently breathed a sentence. If you don't provoke them, you don't get paid. Only 1% of you guessed that I would find 4 or more. Are all the guys chatting here part of that 1%? Hearing that, the audience immediately expressed all sorts of different emotions. It's over, that's right, what else? Are all the guys chatting here part of that 1%? Making Seo Jun unable to stop laughing out loud. These people have the attitude that as long as it's not just them failing, it's fine. The common mentality of Koreans is Alpaca silently sighed in his heart. This kid teases the audience while still leading the flow of the match, so they don't hate him. Not only is he good at games, but he also has the charm to be a streamer. Then I won't have to struggle to carry the live stream by myself anymore. Thinking that, Alpaca happily waved to interact with Seo Jun's audience. Come on, everyone calm down a little. Seo Jun, how did you do it so well? Share the secret with the guys. The audience, having just heard that, was also nervous and rowdy. So curious, I don't know how he trained to get that level. What on earth does he do in real life? Really curious about this guy's profession. Seo Jun didn't bother thinking and said it straight. For starters, I'm just a normal young man in real life. That sincere way of speaking completely shocked Alpaca to his core. Just a split second later, He jumped up noisily. Stop the act. Where exactly are you normal? Alpaca recalled the moment. He introduced himself before entering the game. My name is Jin Seo Jun. He immediately roared angrily. That face can't be called normal. Don't lie. That somewhat exaggerated reaction naturally left the audience confused. Is Seo Jun that handsome? This comment just caught the eyes of the two streamers, and the guy Alpaca hurriedly lowered his voice and started acting crazy. Everyone, Seo Jun's looks on live are his bare face in real life, not edited at all. A few seconds after that sentence, a series of comments quickly scrolled across the screen. No way. Is the developer not planning to release a balance patch? Oh, both handsome and skilled, this is too OP, folks. Suddenly, the system fired fireworks to make one comment stand out clearly in front of everyone. Donation from the tit for 10,000 won. There must be something small. I swear, the act of donating money just to dig into the viewer's thoughts made Alpaca stand still and think for a few seconds before he turned on his brain and gritted his teeth. Understood. Completely understood. Alpaca's look, as if he was about to make someone suffer, made the audience excited. Oh, is he about to get banned? Definitely uting abonhammer. Yet the system continued to notify. Donation from that is for 10,000 won. Pondering, Alpaca, who wasn't happy at all, gritted his teeth and hissed. Trying to play with me? Seo Jun, do you need me to ban him right now? Seo Jun, who was silently watching the movie, had to reach out and block that dog-like person. Come on, it's fine. Because that comment didn't have any effect on his heart at all. Alpaca, having received that order, looked at the comment screen and hissed from his jaw. I'll let it slide this time. Suddenly, an unexpected comment appeared. The admin just walked by with a knife. It turned out that while Alpaca was busy being astonished in the game, Soho was also gently chatting with the tit right in the chat box. Do you know what the name of this knife is? Behave yourself. A hilarious scene made the commentators happy. Look at his instant reload reflex. Only then did Seo Jun clear his throat and signal. Now back to it. Alpaca also took that opportunity to clap his hands and turn to speak to him. Seo Jun, how on earth did you do that? Well, he gently shared his thoughts. Honestly, I didn't see any flaws. He tilted his head blankly to one side. Why is that? Under the curious eyes of the audience, Seo Jun hurriedly coughed once because he was too tense. Then he revealed his expressionless face to appear mysterious. I just knew it naturally, because I'm a genius. A simple remark not only made Alpaca itch his ears, but almost everyone watching the live stream, including the admin, froze. What on earth is the secret? Time passed by a few minutes later, and the commentators finally woke up and joked about Alpaca's dumbfounded expression. So annoying. Look at Alpaca's face. He saw that laughter aimed straight at him and trembled as he spoke. Please don't do that. Show some pity and teach us. Who would have thought that guy Seo Jun wouldn't recognize the other's suffering and would instead gently share? I just tried to put myself in the shoes of the devs to see what they would do. The simple information made Alpaca jump. You mean you read the devs' thoughts just by looking at two examples? The simple information made Alpaca jump. You mean you read the devs' thoughts just by looking at two examples? Hitting a flaw is much harder than that. But even if successful, it only damages the weapon, it doesn't deal extra damage. In short, there's no need to use the flaw system when fighting normal monsters. What's the way to jump higher more easily, right? Seo Jun's point is still to look at the big picture and choose the best option to rank up. Thanks to that, he received sincere praise from the commentators. Oh, that's sharp. Seo Jun didn't see that comment, but continued his speech. Then there's only one answer. The flaw system is for boss fights. The explanation was very reasonable, making Alpaca excited. He muttered, reasonable. Bosses are clearly much tougher to defeat just by blocking, especially Drake, who wants everyone to see him as a profound madman. Seo Jun suddenly made a statement. While we're talking about this, I'll try to defeat the possessor right now, making the audience rowdy. No. The underdog guys are suddenly crying. This way I'll lose all my points. Please, go find something else safe first, then deal with the possessor later. Seo Jun the devil looked at those who needed to mourn and smiled happily. Then he turned to speak to the blonde guy opposite him. Alpaca, let's make another point prediction bet. when he revealed his suspicion. What? He leisurely said his thoughts. Will I be able to destroy the possessor's equipment today? Then he conveniently opened the system to update the situation. The channel point prediction is taking the lead. Channel point prediction. Jin Seo Jun will be able to destroy the possessor's equipment today. After setting everything up, Seo Jun spoke gently to the audience. You know the rules, right? Just trust me and follow along. A moment later, some ancient building was suffering enough terrifying attacks. Waiting for the smoke to clear, two tall figures appeared strangely. Drake roared angrily, letting his voice echo into the air. I will take your head to avenge my son. His gaze was filled with infinite hatred as he looked at the opponent, still breathing opposite him. Just as Drake leaped toward his opponent, Seo Jun gently tilted his body to dodge his slash gracefully. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent hadn't recovered, he slashed his sword hard into Drake's greatsword. But he only looked up at his sword and muttered, "What kind of trick are you using already?" Just as he finished his sentence, Drake swung his sword to attack Seo Jun, making Alpaca, who was observing from the outside, still have to break out in a cold sweat. This time I couldn't find any flaws either. It's been a while, hasn't it? Maybe you really can't find them. According to the audience's discussion, that thought hadn't finished condensing before Seo Jun's sarcastic voice cut off everything. You thought I couldn't find it just now, right? This time I couldn't find any flaws either. It's been a while, hasn't it? Maybe you really can't find them. That exact comical look made the audience reveal all sorts of emotions. Caught red-handed, one look and you know it's over. Damn it, lost everything this way. Master Nameless, be careful going out at night. Alpaca felt cold chills and had to roar immediately. Guys, they say Drake's weapon is made of special material. Maybe it doesn't even have any flaws. Seo Jun, having finished his stance, muttered coldly. Oh, really? He silently searched for fatal weak points on Drake's body, then gently spoke. No different from the Grim Reaper's armor. So let me check to see if it really doesn't have it. Just as Drake raised his sword to deal with his opponent, Seo Jun calmly ran up and slashed a line right in the middle of his greatsword. That image made Drake roar angrily. How many more times do you intend to use that trick? That trick doesn't work on me. Unexpectedly, Seo Jun not only ignored the opponent's words, but also stabbed his sword hard into the end of the blade in Drake's hand. Then he hurriedly slashed a line, pulling from there straight up to his shoulder. That image quickly shocked Alpaca to his core. Hit, but not yet. That image quickly shocked Alpaca to his core. Hit, but not yet. Waiting until the sword touched his thigh, he ran away to another spot. With just those simple actions, the system quickly appeared to report. Quest to receive weak point searching skill, unlock condition. Destroy weapons 10 times through the flaw technique. April 10th. A series of notifications followed one after another. May 10th, June 10th, July 10th, August 10th, September 10th. As soon as the system counted to that point, Seo Jun heard the shattering sound from Drake's armor. While Alpaca and the audience were still shocked by Seo Jun's aura farming. What is this? He silently listened to the sound of Drake spitting blood, because that was also when the system spoke decisively. October 10th. Weak point searching skill received. Confirmed. Under the curious gazes of the observers, Seo Jun only gently revealed his calm expression when he spoke. I was wrong. The sword really doesn't have a weak point, but his body does. I don't know how much time passed. The VR machine in real life slowly opened. Seo Jun just woke up, sat up, and let out a sigh. But before he could finish exhaling, Suha was already bowing respectfully. Big brother, you're insanely epic. The loud sound made Seo Jun a bit shy. Still here? He really hasn't gone back yet. He hurriedly stepped out and scratched his head as he spoke. Thanks for letting me borrow the home machine. Suha kept his posture and replied seriously. It's nothing. I'm the one who has to thank Big Brother. But the next second, he dived into hugging his machine and moaned. Surely my machine learned a lot from this experience. That action not only made Seo Jun feel a headache and get goosebumps, but even the machine itself, if it had a soul, would say, I'm getting goosebumps too. A while later, seeing the sky starting to darken, Seo Jun decided to step into the living room. And what is this? You still haven't gone back. Two leisurely ate chocolate cookies before excitedly chatting. I already turned off the stream. No way I'd miss this collab. You're the one who needs to scram. Suddenly hearing that made Seo Jun raise an eyebrow in confusion. Scram where exactly? Done. Just a split second later, he forgot about his friend's teasing and changed the subject. Oh, that's right. At the same time, Alpaca's chat room started to get chaotic. Alpaca, scram out of my sight. Get out. We're not welcoming boring faces. Scram, scram. Hurry up and bring Seo Jun out here. Who needs you? Just kidding. Get that ugly face out of here. I'm not here to watch you. Go play somewhere else. The somewhat rejecting reaction of the audience made him hurry to show his face. There. Everyone, please calm down first. Who would have thought that there was someone who didn't even bother to speak nicely, but shoved a pacifier into Alpaca's mouth? Shut your mouth, Alpaca. But when the light on his phone flickered on, a surge of confidence boiled up, helping him quickly regain his composure in front of the uncomfortable public. All right, looks like he's ready. Let's give a huge round of applause for Jean Seo Jun. The door to the Alpaca room slowly creaked open, casting a divine beam of light into the dark, enclosed space. With the exception of Alpaca, who was busy putting on airs, everyone else was reeling from Seo Jun's ethereal, godlike beauty. Hello, everyone. This is my first time appearing before you all. The man possessed a truly flawless, natural beauty, a perfect face that needed no filters. He offered a gentle, sun-drenched smile to greet them politely. I'm Jean Seo Jun, a travel streamer. A moment later, Alpaca pulled him over to sit beside him and started to happily show him off. How about that? What do you guys think? Seo Jun is genuinely handsome, right? The audience, having just gorged themselves on Seo Jun's superhuman good looks, immediately started roasting Alpaca. Why is he this handsome in real life? This is so unfair to Alpaca. That's just life, I guess. Even if he shaved down his eyes, nose, and jawline, Alpaca would still look like trash. Cut it out, he's already deeply wounded. As he frantically tried to defend himself in desperation. Hey, I look pretty decent in person, okay? I've just gained a little weight lately. The commentators didn't hesitate to show off their knack for stirring the pot, making even Seo Jun swallow hard. You call that just a little weight gain? Are you sure it's really just weight gain? The poor guy was getting roasted for no reason. So why was he picking a fight he knew he couldn't win? It's fine. We're not watching your stream for your face anyway. Hearing that, Alpaca knew he had lost this battle completely and could only offer a weak reply. Think a lot, guys. In that case, let me go prep my gear for a bit. A comment quickly popped up on the screen. Alpaca is running away. Seo Jun had to think on his feet to keep the engagement high. He's just going to make dinner. Our next activity is going out for a group meal. Before he could even lean back to relax, the system suddenly blared. Appa donated 50,000 won. It even came with a message that was both sweet and sincere. Ooh, love ya. This made Seo Jun awkwardly sit up and scratch his head. Thanks. But wait, are you a girl? Before he could even get an answer, a wave of comments from female fans flooded in. Stop it. Appa, my foot. Appa. Just then, the system fired off fireworks once again. Me Too donated 50,000 won. It made Seo Jun frown, feeling suspicious. However, this person asked a very earnest question. I want to learn the skill for finding an opponent's weak point. Can you do a few more examples of the movement? Other viewers quickly ditched the old topic to chime in. Seriously, that was insanely cool earlier. Thanks to that, Seo Jun had a chance to lean back and think of how to explain it before replying to the brain. He began to rewind time, recalling the moment he went still during his fight with Drake. Seo Jun spoke softly and confidently. The weak spot detection skill is a skill that strikes at weak points, allowing you to destroy equipment by slashing along the marked lines. The one-of-a-kind lecture left the audience absolutely helpless. How did he manage to break Drake's shoulder armor during a fight? Hitting NPC weak points is already hard, but that was a possessor. Seo Jun waited for the audience's excitement to heat up before immediately dousing them with cold water. No way I'm revealing that for free. Stay tuned for next time. If you want to see more examples, come watch my stream tomorrow. When the viewers started chuckling and commenting, he's already plugging his channel. I can't even. He continued to steer the conversation in a different direction. All right, next question. Feel free to keep the topics coming. No sooner had he turned it on than someone asked right away, what exactly is the Shard of Order? Seo Jun read the question and answered immediately without a second thought. What? Even I'm not really sure about that one yet. And so, he continued the process of reading questions and answering them with genuine honesty. What kind of exercise do you usually do? I mostly just go for runs. Why are they so curious about this anyway? Why did you choose an assassin genre game for your first live stream? It was recommended to me by a friend. Upon hearing that, the audience erupted, wanting to dig for more information. Oh, that sounds like a good friend. Who is it? A moment later, a table full of grilled meat was broadcast live for everyone to see. Taewoo, hearing Seo Jun's Q&A, immediately winked at the phone. It was me. The audience, having learned the truth, began to dig for more gossip. So that's why he didn't stream today. With a friend like that, he should have dragged him to stream together way earlier. But how are you two friends? Taewoo happily threw an arm around his friend and spoke his mind. We've been friends since high school, and now we're even living together. The cheerful atmosphere quickly vanished when Taewoo's regular viewers appeared. Wait, so Seo Jun is that roommate? The legendary guy. As soon as that comment appeared, Taewoo endured inquisitive looks from the three people eating with him and tremblingly covered his phone. Oh, what are you talking about? As if to add fuel to the fire, Noe donated 1,001 along with a travel clip. That action made Taewoo scream in terror. Hey, wait a second. Before he could do anything, Seo Jun grabbed the phone and played the clip. It wasn't clear which stream it was from, but Taewoo was casually chatting with his viewers. Guys, do you want to hear something hilarious? The travel clip showed Taewoo sharing something during a surprise stream where only his voice could be heard. So, I told you guys I'm living with a friend, right? Usually he's pretty decent, but sometimes he does really weird stuff. The other day, his phone got a bit of dirt on it, so he brought it over and scrubbed it with dish soap. I was shocked and asked him what he was doing. He casually said, "Isn't it waterproof?" And he just kept scrubbing. I almost passed out. And then yesterday, I told him to cool down his PC case with a cooling fan. So he crouched down next to the computer and held the fan pointing right at it. A truly good kid. No wonder he failed. Taewoo's cheerful laughter echoed through the phone, making Seo Jun fix a murderous gaze on him without looking away. He gently used his chopsticks to pinch the other's cheek. You're the final course for tonight, kid. Taewoo's wails easily drew laughter from the audience, Alpaca, and Suha. Time for a tantrum. A few moments later, Taewoo happily sighed while looking at his empty plates. That was a great meal. I'm stuffed. Alpaca couldn't help but speak up. Thanks for the collab today, Seo Jun. Seo Jun didn't show much emotion like the others, but he gave a slight nod in response. You work hard too. Alpaca, I learned a lot from you. Seo Jun didn't show much emotion like the others, but he gave a slight nod in response. You work hard too. Alpaca, I learned a lot from you. By the way, Seo Jun, are you planning on starting an iTube channel? That topic came up at the perfect time, making his face light up. Oh yes, I am, but I'm still a complete amateur. Alpaca offered some well-meaning advice. If you really want to do it, you should find an editor first. Seo Jun's clueless look made him excitedly slam the table and quiz the other guy right on the live stream. If you want, I can introduce you to someone I know. Alpaca's joyful demeanor made Seo Jun unable to resist asking directly. Someone you know? It wasn't until the small apartment returned to silence after the noisy meal that Seo Jun happily cracked open a beer. He took a quick gulp before letting out a satisfied sigh. This feels great. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind, making Seo Jun stop smiling. Do I really need to do this on iTube? His brain quickly took him back to the end of that grilled meat dinner, when Alpaca had shyly expressed his opinion. Of course, man. Your channel will grow even bigger. Seo Jun, the income from that is pretty decent, you know. Will the channel take off? A lot of it depends on the editor's skills. PC gaming is different from other games, so it's rare to find an editor who knows how to create highlights. Upon hearing that, Seo Jun turned to ask Alpaca's editor. So why did you become an editor for Alpaca back then, Suha? Upon hearing the question, he happily shared, I was just an ordinary office worker before. Then I happened to watch Alpaca stream. Upon hearing the question, he happily shared, I was just an ordinary office worker before. Then I happened to watch Alpaca stream. So I thought I could turn it around, and I took the initiative to reach out to him. The relatively short story made Taewoo unable to help but exclaim a few things. That was back when he was a nobody, right? You dared to quit your job for that. Sua didn't hesitate to nod immediately. Yeah, he slowly glanced at Alpaca's cheerful, goofy face and cleared his throat to speak his mind. I had a hunch. I knew Alpaca would be famous one day. Back to the present, Seo Jun looked at the setting sun. He started muttering unconsciously. An editor, huh? If I want to succeed as a streamer, YouTube is mandatory. But my goal is to win the live stream tournament. In just a short split second, Seo Jun had been caught up in his own private thoughts without realizing. At first, I just intended to get the computer and quit. But being a streamer is actually way more fun than I thought. I've started to enjoy the feeling of laughing, having fun, and meeting people. The playful teasing of the viewers back then. A lazy guy like you can play games too? It made Seo Jun feel as happy as a grandfather watching his grandkids play. The younger generation really knows how to enjoy life. Then he remembered the scene of the viewers frustratedly trying to hold him back when Seo Jun calmly walked into the depths of the game script. Why did everything end so easily? Those warm, joyful moments made him go quiet for a few seconds before sighing and muttering under the warm afternoon sun. Is it because I'm lonely? A breeze blew by, making Seo Jun feel much clearer. Must be it. Cherry blossom petals drifted by, easily making his mood feel a notch heavier. Seo Jun started thinking back to the old moments of his past life. The feeling of remembering a past life is like having a homeland you can't return to, no matter how much you miss it. Those thoughts made Seo Jun feel even more hazy than before. I don't know. I should probably hit the gym to clear my head. The next morning, at some gym, the sound of boxing punches echoed through the air. Inside the gym, the trainers were intently watching Seo Jun torment others with punches that were more fierce than any humans. Each dangerous strike made his opponents sweat buckets, even if they managed to dodge. Yet Seo Jun still casually withdrew his hands and let out a relaxed sigh. That image made Chi Hyuk, who was standing on the gym floor looking up, break into a cold sweat. He's over here to blow off steam again. And it's really strange. Those who get beaten by him usually seem to improve afterward. Seo Jun suddenly became the physique manager for those training at this place. Suddenly, Dong-soo appeared out of nowhere and spoke up. Oh, manager. The 18-year-old kid, who had been itching for a sparring match, was now sadly crying out. How much longer do I have to run on this machine? Making Chi Hyuk, who was busy observing Seo Jun's strikes, turn to comfort the kid. Listen, kid, you've only been here for 2 weeks. Who would have thought Dong-soo would miserably lament his fate? I've only been doing basics and conditioning, but it doesn't feel like enough. Teacher manager, I'm a professional, you know. His somewhat arrogant way of talking made Chi Hyuk laugh mockingly. A professional in the virtual world, this is real life. You brat, get real. Seeing he couldn't convince the other side, Dong-soo started frowning and calculating everything. The trainer said I have to train realistically with my body, so at this rate, I'll be stuck on this treadmill until next year's tournament. No different from a hamster running endlessly. That primal fear immediately drained his motivation, making Dong-soo sprawl out on the floor in a tantrum. I want to learn some real combat moves. It's so exciting. His noisiness didn't just make those who came to train find it funny, but it also made Chi Hyuk's resolve waver. This kid is really... All right, a quick sparring match today is fine, right? Dong-soo was so happy his eyes lit up. Awesome. Do I get to choose my opponent? When he got the random green light from Chi Hyuk, up to you, while he happily jumped up in the middle of the gym. This is the best. People around him began to quickly retreat from the scene. Regardless, there's no one here who's going to let you win. Suddenly, a confident sound unexpectedly rang out, leaving Dong-soo stunned. Bring it on. He slowly turned around, while a wave of indescribable anticipation rose in his heart. Dong-soo looked up at the person who had just called him and immediately went blank in thought. Is that not the guy from the video yesterday? Min Hyun kept praising him for playing well, so I checked it out. Recalling that moment, Dong-soo was also incredibly surprised when the other guy shoved his phone in his face. Hey, look, he's actually really amazing. At that time, he didn't care about that and just angrily shouted, Hey, buddy, move out of the way. You're blocking the whole screen. But until a sudden realization made Dong-soo startle. Even Heian had been amazed watching. A series of unusual attitudes from the people around him made his mood not so pleasant. I think it's normal. What's the big deal? How did nobody get in here? Dong-su looked at Seo Jun talking to the manager and felt a surge of curiosity. Is he a friend of the manager's? Suddenly, he unexpectedly took his eyes off Chi-hyuk and looked at Dong-su, making him startle and jump back. Dong-su's feigned ignorance made Seo Jun openly bored. Who should I choose? Feeling the other's gaze staring right at him, he started panicking inside. Oh, why is he looking at me like that? In that very second, Chi-hyuk suddenly called Dong-su over. Dong-su, have you picked an opponent yet? As soon as he got an awkward answer from the other, not yet. Not yet. He immediately patted his shoulder hard. Listen closely, Dong-su. Sparring isn't about taking your opponent down. The main point is to check techniques and improve your skills. Making Dong-su just go quiet in thought. Why is he looking at me with such a scary gaze all of a sudden? Yet instead of seriously taking in Chi-hyuk's advice, he just frowned and darted his eyes to the side to start examining Seo Jun's toned body. He looks about the same size as me, and looking closely, there aren't any muscles at all. This looks like an easy win. When Chi-hyuk shook Dong-su hard, understand. Remember, keep it polite, don't get too fired up. Even though he didn't hear anything, he still happily replied sincerely. Yes, I know. In that case, before I shoot myself in the foot, can I spar with that guy? The one-of-a-kind choice left Chi-hyuk completely speechless. What? With him? As Dong-su replied clearly and distinctly. Yes. He couldn't look at the students who were rambling nonsense. We want to have a sparring match with the game god to persuade the other party. Dong-su, do you want to reconsider? And here are others who want to spar with. Who would have thought Dong-su wouldn't care about them and boldly asked the opponent back? Is it considered rude to ask for a sparring match right after meeting? Chi-hyuk saw the stubborn little colt in front of him refusing to turn back, and immediately lowered his voice to reply. Oh, that's right. That's an extremely rude and thoughtless suggestion. Before he could finish his sentence, Seo Jun cleared his throat to greet him. I heard that. You want to spar with me? The other had happily offered first, so Dong-su excitedly stepped up immediately. Oh, really? I really like you. You're Seo Jun, right? That question quickly made him bewildered. How do you know my name? As he rattled on without a chance to catch his breath. I watched your stream yesterday. Oh, can I call you bro? Seo Jun felt shyly in his heart. This kid reminds me of Tae-woo so much. Before smiling confusedly in response, whatever, go ahead. Under Dong-su's hurried urging. So shall we get on the ring? The two young contestants quickly prepared their gear to enter the ring. By the way, bro, he lowered his eyes and spoke in the manner of a naive superior. You play games pretty well, but of course still not as good as me. Feeling the other was trying to provoke his ego, Seo Jun just muttered softly. Is that so? By the way, who are you? The clueless question made Dong-su's face go blank. You really don't know who I am? I'm the one and only game god. You don't know that. The weird title made Seo Jun scratch his head in confusion. What is a game god? The other's naive appearance made Dong-su's mind turn dark. Oh, wait. He said he just started playing games. So why does that Heian girl keep making a big deal out of nobody like that? Just a split second later, he excitedly smirked. I'll let you know after I win. Do you know how big an honor it is to spar with me? Hearing that, Seo Jun gently got into position, preparing for the unbalanced battle about to take place. Fine, let's go. While Dong-su excitedly stepped lightly, as if warming up. No need to be too serious with a beginner. Just spar politely and go easy. Seo Jun had already flipped the classic sweep switch, throwing a fist into Dong-su's face while the other was busy laughing hysterically at his own delusion. Take it easy. A moment later, cold winds started appearing outside. Seo Jun had just finished a carton of milk, and Ha-jun gently spoke up. Seo Jun, you should have gone easy on that kid earlier, right? Looking at his physique, he seems like just an ordinary person. Upon hearing that, Seo Jun calmly replied, It's fine, Dad. His footwork is quite promising. He's probably just working on his stamina right now. Ha-jun nodded shyly. So that's it. While his brain recalled the image of himself and Chi Hyuk when Seo Jun knocked out Dong Soo with a single blow, his soul hung from a tree branch. Oh, my head hurts. Suddenly, he remembered something and cleared his throat in question. By the way, how's your streaming going lately? Seo Jun looked at the blue sky above and couldn't help but sigh while muttering, "Yes, everything is still fine." Suddenly, he remembered something and cleared his throat in question. By the way, how's your streaming going lately? Seo Jun looked at the blue sky above and couldn't help but sigh while muttering, "Yes, everything is still fine." It's really hard to get famous as a streamer, isn't it? Hearing Taewoo say it's a struggle just to get one person to watch. Hajuin took the opportunity to recount the story of him and his wife having a fun conversation with him a few days ago. Streaming isn't a job, just anyone who wants to do it can. He even cleared his throat and mimicked his wife, so his son could clearly understand the situation back then. Not even one viewer? Without counting the fact that Seo Jun might feel dissatisfied with two. That brat, I don't know what he was showing our family's parents. Before he could express his own thoughts, Hajuin excitedly shared. So I'm thinking of this. You two should try playing Stellarcraft, the game that people say if you see it and find it familiar, it's time for your regular checkup. When Seo Jun raised his eyebrows to express his concern, "Is that still hot now, Dad? What kind of game is that? I've never even heard of the name." That very absent-minded attitude made Hajuin unable to hold back his shout. This kid is labeled a gamer and doesn't know this game? That's not okay. You have to grind games like this to attract views. And currently, how many people are in your stream room? When Seo Jun raised his eyebrows to express his concern. "Is that still hot now, Dad? What kind of game is that? I've never even heard of the name." That very absent-minded attitude made Hajuin unable to hold back his shout. This kid is labeled a gamer and doesn't know this game? That's not okay. You have to grind games like this to attract views. And currently, how many people are in your stream room? Hajuin stiffened at the news. He didn't expect that because he couldn't read his father's emotions. He updated the new situation. Today it will probably be more crowded. I have 3,000 followers already, making him spit all the banana milk out. That look made Seo Jun scared and dodged to the side. "Dad, keep your voice down." But Hajuin didn't care about that comment and only paid attention to something more important. 3,000 people. "Dad, 3,000 people." His shrill scream echoed endlessly through the air. After that collab, the forum was bustling all day long. Every post easily hit over 30 interactions, and no one was throwing stones at Seo Jun's cognitive abilities anymore. As he lay on his bed, analyzing those popularity metrics, it meant his presence in this community had officially increased. Suddenly, a ting notification rang out, making him curiously check his phone. It turned out Taewoo had unexpectedly sent him a post with a message. "Check this out, it's hilarious. Why is streamer Jin Seo Jun a Korean hacker? What's with that band Taewoo guy?" The standards for the so-called Jins are very vague. And besides Seo Jun, there hasn't been any other success story. If he's not part of the development team, he's definitely a hacker. I'm certain of it. Seo Jun read through the mocking content and went silent for a few seconds before smirking sarcastically. He silently imagined Taewoo's exaggerated laughter and couldn't help but chuckle along. Reliable, huh? So this is what it feels like to experience this. After the laughter subsided, Seo Jun frowned, processing the immediate issue. First, let's send them a report ticket. But a profound thought suddenly occurred to him, making him sit bolt upright. At this rate, am I going to have to do a clarification live stream after being on air for only 3 days? Driven by that thought, Seo Jun dove into the VR pod, as if provoked by that post. His mood that day seemed 10,000 times more energetic than usual. How many people will tune in today, I wonder? Not knowing how much time had passed, Seo Jun announced to the streaming system, "I'm in." The number of live viewers jumped continuously. Meanwhile, in reality, Paimon was flying into a rage, slamming his hand onto the desk. He screamed angrily. Why is the weak spot detection skill unlocked already? That process was designed to take at least a month. Jang Ha had to wait for the other to lower his voice before jumping in to reply. Exactly. In a game with so much to do, you'd have to be incredibly lucky to get. See? I told you something was off, but you didn't listen to a word I said." Afraid the other would jab at him even more, Paimon shouted angrily, "You brat. What did you just say?" However, Jang Ha quickly returned to his usual serious demeanor to focus on his work. "Cool it. You think I want this to be figured out?" Hearing that unfamiliar phrase, Paimon asked, confused. "Figured out? What the hell are you talking about?" Under the other's confused gaze, Jang Ha quickly opened his laptop and pushed it toward his surly boss. "Watch this." Paimon muttered, confused, as he looked at the dark screen. "What is this?" Jang Ha, though not seeing clearly where his mouse was, still managed to hit the play button perfectly. The video showed him breaking the grain. Paimon immediately saw the scene of Seo Jun handling it. Seconds once again. Of course, the glorious victory he achieved in just a few short seconds was also displayed clearly. Everything made Paimon's head spin visibly. No. How does this make any sense at all? Is it possible he hit a bug and accidentally obtained the weak spot detection skill? Hearing that question, Jang Ha immediately refuted it. "We checked that ages ago. There are no bugs." That only made Paimon more agitated. Then what is it? Because of his boss's skepticism, Jang Ha suddenly became a fan of Seo Jun from this livestream onward. Let me explain. It seems he grasped the logic from the very first strike. And speaking of this logic, it's the standard sword trajectory that our team had to grind for months to design. Even a normal player wouldn't easily figure it out in their dreams. Yet Seo Jun Nim saw it instantly and slashed right through it. In short, even from the perspective of a game developer like me, he is 100% not a hacker. Anyone who dares to mess with Seo Jun is effectively declaring war on me. And oh, he's truly top tier. Long lives soon. The hundreds of thousands of flowery words Jang Ha spent on Seo Jun were cut off by Paimon almost immediately. "Hey, you stop it. What are we going to do now?" Unexpectedly, he calmly cleared his throat and pointed. "Do what?" I haven't finished praising him yet. That calm, superior attitude made Paimon shout angrily. "Still asking what to do? Don't you know if the shards are dropped early, we're all doomed? How are you so relaxed?" While Jang Ha was happily fulfilling his duties as a game developer, Paimon, bearing more responsibility, naturally had more worries than others. The shards of order. They were one of the few things they kept secret to reveal about the next game. According to the plan, when enough shards were collected, a short quest chain would be activated. At that point, the player completing that quest chain would appear in front of them, and the company's teaser video would also be released at that very moment. However, his perfect plan had bitter failed because of just one single gamer. That made Paimon want to collapse. But to try to save his aching heart, he still cleared his throat and asked Jang Ha, "How long is it expected to take for us to finish the trailer for the new game?" The other replied, "A month." He frowned and asked further, "What if the whole team works overtime starting today at breakneck speed?" Jang Ha went quiet for a few seconds to calculate before giving a vague answer. "Probably about a week." Paimon anxiously rubbed his hands together and asked, "So what are the odds that the streamer gathers all the shards of order in that time frame?" With overconfident certainty, Jang Ha quickly answered joyfully without a second thought. "I can say this definitively. 100%, boss." On top of that, the guy spoke in such a confident tone that Paimon, who was in despair, suddenly flew into a rage. In a split second, he frowned and hissed, "You annoying, useless brat." Then he suddenly shouted so the whole company could hear his voice, "Get out of here right now." After kicking Jang Ha out of the room, Paimon leaned back against his chair, exhausted, and let out a sigh. But his eyes couldn't help but look forward, where the image of Seo Jun fighting Drake in the final stage was frozen on the laptop. No way. How is that possible? Attention quickly arose, making Paimon angrily type on the keyboard. How did he pull that off? But just a moment later, he had to stop all his activities. When he was dazzled by Seo Jun's sword fighting skills, he had to frankly admit it. This is a bit. Paimon suddenly clicked to re-watch the video of Seo Jun's battle. He looked at the rising view count of the clip and didn't hesitate to watch it one more time. The fact that Seo Jun carried an aura of a classic ancient swordsman made Paimon so curious that he went online to search for his name, only to be drawn into Seo Jun's cool gameplay clips. Along with the unpredictable, deadly attitude from that young man, Paimon seemed to have a new joy triggered, covering his mouth to hide his excited smile. "It's so cool. He happily scrolled with his mouse and excitedly muttered, "The idea of using soldiers as threats to catch Drake was mine. Didn't expect it to be revealed like this." Suddenly, while in a delirium, Paimon realized it was 3:21 a.m. "Oh my, is it that late already? How long has it been since I felt this fulfilled?" Watching players enjoy the game, I poured my heart into in their own unique way. Then watching viewers with their jaws dropped, thinking, wait, you can do that. This is exactly what we all dreamed of when creating the Dawn Assassination Squad, even though it meant sacrificing the mental health of both Paimon and his subordinates. Why is it reporting an error? Damn it. You were the one who said to do it that way. Those thoughts made him unable to help but smile contentedly. Paimon immediately did something he rarely did before. Follow Seo Jun online. Gin Soon. Almost immediately, his new live stream was uploaded by the boss with the title "Thanks to 1,700 followers." When the live session officially started, someone excitedly shouted, "It's live, let's go, guys." A split second later, Seo Jun's handsome, expressionless face appeared before everyone. "Hello, everyone." A series of comments began to scroll rapidly across the system. "Hi there. What's up with that stream room title?" That interesting scene made him feel slightly awkward. As soon as views increased, the chat speed was dizzying. So that's why I prepared this. As soon as Seo Jun sent a private message, Cho AM, aka Josian Assassin, quickly appeared. Accompanying him were White Horse Riding Patient and Winter Castle Defender, truly soulmates. Seeing the three were online, Seo Jun lowered his voice to call roll. "Is everyone here? From now on, these guys will be mods managing the chat room." As if waiting for him to finish, the three immediately showed their loyalty. "Leave it to me, Josian. This 25 million point hero will manage strictly." "Go Suyun, King Soon, Kasun. Suyun is T bestimmt for." Yes. I will try my best to give the audience a good laugh. Look at this bunch of notorious trolls. Yet he still explained very seriously, "But these are the people who have been with me since the very first days of streaming. When I asked them to be mods, they all happily volunteered." Then he remembered that fun chat session when he asked his three fans for a favor. "Yes, I think being a channel mod is fine. Thanks for trusting me." "Oh, are you serious?" Seo Jun suddenly remembered something and chuckled, muttering, "Except for that guy who steals public toilet tiles, who is still silent and hasn't replied. And here are my channel rules. Please skim through them." As soon as Seo Jun clicked something, the livestream system sent a series of new notifications to viewers. Notice, only chat about content related to the livestream. If you see toxic elements, don't argue in the chat. Report it directly to the mods. You know what not to do, right? The viewers capable of reading text the fastest responded. In short, behave yourselves. Understood. So what does the stream title mean in the end? The final question made Seo Jun raise an eyebrow. Regarding that, it seems there are quite a few people skeptical about how I found the weak point. It's my fault. Since I didn't explain it clearly, I apologize. Rarely does anyone sincerely apologize only to be teased by viewers without any defense. Your face doesn't look sorry at all. So how did you find the weak point anyway? Oh, he's back. Forget it. I took a screenshot. Seo Jun didn't care about those comments and focused on the main issue. I just simply connected the lines between similar parts on the equipment to make it easier to slash. I think even if I explain, people will just say I hacked the pod anyway. So I reported myself to be safe. His one-of-a-kind announcement left the audience in chaos. "What? Yourself?" Seo Jun quickly showed the email he had sent to the game company earlier. "I probably accidentally used hacks without knowing." It seems I accidentally used hacks without knowing. Can you guys check it for me? Making everyone burst into laughter. What kind of confusing business is this? It's crazy. So this is why the god confessed. Oh, so he forced the game company to prove his innocence. Amazing. Those very compliments made Seo Jun feel proud, crossing his arms and smiling. Now I've explained it clearly, right? Unexpectedly, the audience didn't nod in agreement, but just continued to vent their laughter in the chat. Explained what? More like devious. But you have to admit this move is effective. Truly a quiet madman. A true genius streamer is right here. Seeing everyone's excitement, Seo Jun happily clicked on the game system. Then I'm entering the game now. Today's live stream will be. Suddenly, a loading image appeared, making him stop. Oh, a quest prompt came through. Thanks to the Dawn Assassination Squad game creators. Before Seo Jun's eyes, the company's exclusive system suddenly issued a notice. Use weak spot detection on the Ethereus Tower Master. That notice was also seen by the viewers, making them chaotic. A whole million. Top tier. But what does the Ethereus Tower Master have to even use weak spot detection on? He's not wearing any gear. Aren't they talking about magic? Wait, you can slash magic too. They know this so well. Is that account really the actual account of the game's creator? Someone suddenly raised a doubt, making Seo Jun nod along. That's actually true. He began to fall into deep thought. The first quest with such a huge bonus. While Seo Jun was being extremely serious about the recent event. Is this really the game creator? The viewers were given a chance to roll on the floor laughing at his excessive seriousness. Hey, look at this handsome young man. This match is easy to win. So sweet, so sweet. How could that be possible? Why is our streamer so naive? The comments quickly disappeared as Seo Jun clicked the teleport button. Not knowing how much time had passed, Seo Jun was teleported to a city ruled by the Ethereus Tower Mages. The person at the center, the Ethereus Tower Master, the Duke. Although he always acts dignified and rational on the outside, he doesn't hesitate to perform experiments on human bodies. As soon as he set foot in this gloomy city, Seo Jun hopped around everywhere. His figure wasn't recognized by anyone on the ground until Seo Jun jumped down, startling a girl, almost making her soul leave her body. Fear surged, making her lose all her energy and crawl away. I thought you were an assassin. My heart almost stopped. Even having just seen such a ridiculous scene, Seo Jun still strolled down the street. All right, time to go assassinate, leaving viewers unsure whether to laugh or hold their breath. Monster, cover your ears. That monster will cry if it hears that. Survival in Middle Ages is so hard. Infiltrating Ethereus Tower by walking through the front gate. This is truly fascinating. Seo Jun, do you know anything about this Ethereus Tower? Seeing this comment, he stopped to think. I'm afraid that if I stream too procedurally, it'll be boring. So, I only looked up a few basics, like let's clear the dungeon with Seo Jun. So he replied to the viewers with his bloodthirsty sincerity. Otherwise, wouldn't it be enough to just climb straight to the top floor? That very bluntness made the audience marvel. Today you're going to rush in recklessly again? But isn't this Ethereus Tower a bit too tough? Seo Jun looked at the pile of comments while moving forward. He gently opened the massive gate blocking his path and muttered, well, let's just try and see. Seo Jun scanned the vast space inside the tower. Not knowing the way, he decided to tail the NPCs. Are those NPCs mages? Receiving no answer from the viewers, Seo Jun continued to monologue. Look, fewer than I thought. Didn't expect most of them to be normal people. Until this very moment, the audience happily chattered like a market. Mages are always rare. The first to third floors are actually no different from a market. The fourth floor is when the Real Challenge begins. Seo Jun looked at the gate the mages walked through, guarded strictly by soldiers, while seeing a few words from the commentators. Oh, this newbie is about to do something foolish again. Target those guards and clear them out quickly. It's so boring here. His analytical psychology from his past life started to surge. Seeing the chat silent like this must be the way to the fourth floor. If I were going the wrong way, the chat would have been flooded with laughing already. Damien, standing guard, saw someone approaching and frowned, threatening. This is a restricted area? He secretly tightened his grip on his spear and calculated. Just scaring them a little will make them back down. As soon as Damien uttered the familiar phrase learned beforehand. Without a command token, you're not allowed. Seo Jun gently slashed at the opponent's arm that was preparing to attack. That swift action meant the guy hadn't even had time to scream in pain before collapsing. Watching Seo Jun walk majestically through that door. But he hadn't taken many steps before his feet were dragged by something. Not only that, it seems Seo Jun's whole face couldn't turn left or right normally. Everything hit unexpectedly, making him worry endlessly. What is this? My body won't move. While the tension was rising, a disgusting laugh suddenly rang out right behind Seo Jun. Valak appeared gently with 2 fireballs present in his hands. Too bad for you, intruder. He didn't bother saying another word before shooting fire towards Seo-jun. The surprise attack left him stunned. At the most critical moment, Seo-jun's arm gave a slight twitch. He instantly realized he could move again and quickly dodged to the side, leaving the viewers in awe. Seo-jun then hurriedly jumped backward to put some distance between them. He was frantically calculating in his head. My body is no longer restricted. Across from him, even Valak had to nod in acknowledgement. You're lucky. In that case, let's see how you handle this move. After speaking, he began to condense energy in the air, then swung his hand, launching an attack straight at Seo-jun with wind-shattering speed. At that same moment, Seo-jun activated his weakness detection skill. His eyes became more focused than ever. From every direction, countless attacks appeared within his perception. In that exact instant, Seo-jun drew his sword with lightning speed. While the attack was still mid-air, he gently swung his blade, slicing the magical strike in two. Next, his arm moved like a machine, swatting away every single incoming attack. That reflex left Valak stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. And before he could react, Seo-jun lunged forward, finishing him off in the blink of an eye. Looking at Valak's cold corpse, Seo-jun let out a sigh of relief. Turns out this guy was easy to deal with, but why couldn't I move earlier? A viewer seeing this quickly chimed in with a suggestion. Someone hurry up and spoil it for him. Seeing that, Seo-jun turned away coldly. Fine, I'll just turn off the stream. Seeing this, the audience hurriedly grabbed his sleeve to explain. Wait, don't turn it off. Hold on. Every floor of the Ethereus Tower has its own debuff. The 4th floor causes temporary paralysis like just now, while the 5th floor disrupts your senses, flipping your sense of left and right. True to the explanation, the moment Seo-jun stepped onto the 5th floor, he encountered several guards. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword hilt, intending to swing it forward. But right then, Seo-jun felt something was wrong because his hand didn't seem to be holding anything at all. This was the effect of the sensory disruption debuff. Taking advantage of the opportunity, one soldier rushed in to attack, but Seo-jun reacted extremely quickly. He regained his senses and swung his sword straight ahead, forcing the soldier to dodge to the side. Only a few seconds later, the entire 5th floor was cleared. No soldiers left. The viewers, seeing this, were suspicious. Is there really a debuff on this floor? What kind of adaptation ability is this guy's? Who knows, but the debuffs just turn into buffs in his hands. For his part, Seo-jun kept a calm expression and asked, So what's on the 6th floor? Before the audience could answer, his feet stopped abruptly as a stone wall suddenly sprang up right in front of him. He assessed the situation, and just then, the floor's debuff activated. The debuff on this floor was a speed reduction, making Seo-jun as slow as a turtle. The viewers found it just as annoying. No Korean gamer can stand this speed. The 7th floor was night. It robbed the challenger of their sight. Looking at the pitch-black room ahead, Seo-jun thought to himself, once I pass this floor, I'll meet the final boss of the Ethereus Tower. Without hesitation, he stepped in. Sure enough, immediately after, the debuff was applied, leaving Seo-jun completely blind. The audience hurriedly commented, Is he going to lose his life this time? This darkness is too buggy. He really can't see anything. How is he going to block attacks now? Ignoring those comments, Seo-jun continued to think. The layout of this room is probably exactly the same as the previous floors. Let me try to reconstruct it in my memory. Thinking that, he closed his eyes tightly to visualize it. At the same time, a fireball suddenly appeared in the hand of the 7th floor guardian. Immediately after, the fireball flew in a Z-pattern straight at Seo-jun. Unfortunately for it, Seo-jun was prepared beforehand. He tilted his head to the side, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. However, the attack wasn't over yet. Instantly, countless rocks appeared above his head, and a hailstorm rained down. Seo-jun swung his sword like a machine, hacking all those rocks to pieces. The viewers, seeing this, nearly went crazy. This guy is seriously insane. Is he even human? Next, countless giant ice arrows formed in the air. This time, Seo-jun didn't wait for them to attack. He proactively leaped into the air, swinging his sword to shatter them all. The female mage, seeing this, couldn't help but scream, Damn it, Her words didn't escape Seo Jun's sharp ears. He smirked triumphantly. Found you. The female mage's face turned pale. With no other choice, she could only frantically create more ice arrows to attack. But with his superhuman perception, Seo Jun still dodged without any difficulty. For the attacks he couldn't dodge, he simply swung his sword to cut them through. By now, the female mage seemed to have run out of ways to deal with the protagonist. Her heavy panting echoed in the quiet space. The moment she prepared to launch a fireball, Seo Jun lunged forward, grabbed her wrist, and said, "Assassins are naturally stronger in the dark." Just like that, he easily defeated the 7th floor guardian to move on to the next floors. All done. The audience didn't stop donating for his excellent performance. Seo Jun didn't forget to thank them. "Thank you, everyone. But anyone could do this, right?" The protagonist said it lightly. "Isn't that how everyone does it?" The system sent a notification. Level 7 mission complete. Very quickly, Seo Jun reached the 8th floor of the Etherius Tower, right in front of the office of the Tower Master, Beek Sahin. The moment Seo Jun was about to step inside, the audience warned, "Wait." Then they sent him a link to an article sharing tips on defeating the Etherius Tower Master. Seo Jun was surprised. There's even a guide for this? Thanks to those other streamers, a boss hunting trend was emerging. So he would share a bit of information about the Etherius Tower Master with everyone. The battle with the Etherius Tower Master is divided into 2 phases. Phase 1. He only uses regular magic. It's a bit difficult, but still dodgeable. The problem lies in Phase 2. From this phase on, the Tower Master will activate a protective shield. Don't even think about breaking the shield without throwing high-dosage bombs. This shield is extremely tough. Even if you plan to bomb it to death, it won't work because the number of bombs is limited. Furthermore, he constantly fires lightning with terrifying, extremely high speed. You guys have to pull your friends into act as lightning rods to take the hits for you. I was throwing bombs while ignoring my friend getting hit. But no matter how sturdy they are, they can't withstand continuous lightning strikes like that. The shield grows back right after being destroyed by bombs. As you can see, I still haven't passed this phase, so calling it a guide is a bit of a stretch, but I'm still sharing it with everyone. I will continue to find another way. After reading the sharing of this kind hero, Seo Jun fell silent for a moment. Then he opened his inventory. The inventory was empty, with only a few worthless junk items, making the audience burst into laughter. "Haha, there's nothing at all. How are you going to break the shield now?" Seo Jun stroked his chin and muttered, "There must be a way, right? Or is this the first time I'm actually going to die?" Seeing this, the audience began to donate massively and place bets. "Do you want to accept the mission?" The protagonist immediately guessed that those betting against him were pouring in money. The total mission reward had reached 1,230,000. However, in the crowd, one level-headed person shouted, "Don't fall for this idiot's trap. You got a bloody nose last time, and now you're planning to throw money again?" Unfortunately, that comment was immediately pushed down. "Whatever. Let's watch the streamer get bullied for fun." Everyone's attitude made Seo Jun laugh. "In that case, shall we pay the Etherius Tower Master a visit?" Very quickly, Seo Jun began the battle with the Etherius Tower Master. He quickly entered Phase 2. Just as that kind friend shared, the Tower Master switched to continuous, non-stop lightning, forcing Seo Jun to run in circles to dodge. While dodging, Seo Jun thought, "The speed is even faster than the high-level swordsmanship of top players. I can't wait to see it to dodge. I have to predict it." Across from him, Tower Master Duke said coldly, "Let's see if you can dodge this." He condensed power in his palm. Meanwhile, Seo Jun was still calculating the direction. Magic always has a small lag before activation. That delay was enough for him to observe. He watched the Tower Master's eye direction and paid attention to the hand movements while chanting. Thanks to his keen observation, Seo Jun immediately guessed the direction the magic would fly. His body slid like an eel, immediately backing out of the Tower Master's attack range, leaving the audience in awe. How'd he dodge that? That's insane. At this level, it must be pro level, right? With no time to look at comments, Seo Jun remained absolutely focused on the match. He skillfully keeps me pinned, not letting me get behind him, using a shield to block head-on attacks. and if I slip to the side, he uses lightning to force me back to the original position. Thinking this, Seo Jun's eyes became sharp. He discovered a strange device in front and guessed. Must be because of that? Let's try touching it. Thinking so, he drew a short blade from his inventory, then quickly threw it straight ahead. The blade flew in a parabola, circling around Duke and flying straight into the device behind his back. However, when the weapon collided with the protective glass, it bounced back and finally fell right in front of Duke. This made Duke extremely angry. "Where do you think you're going?" he roared, followed by a rain of lightning striking straight down. Seo Jun could only run for his life like a duck, calculating his next move while running. "I have a hunch that if I destroy that thing, something will happen. But the shield is blocking it. I can't get close." The audience seemed to read his mind and teased. "Can't break the shield? Must be trying again. How long are you planning to dodge for?" Seo Jun looked at the system board in front of him and thought, why does the mission require not using the weakness detection skill? Plus, I can't even slash through or disable that light. It sounds absurd, but a normal person wouldn't say that. If so, there must be some hidden meaning. He pictured it like overlapping stained glass branches radiating from an intersection. The intersection of the small branches is the focal point. As if guided by instinct, Seo Jun stabbed his sword straight into the position where the lightning bolts converged. A blinding flash of light erupted. The next moment, Seo Jun's sword was covered in brilliant blue energy. His eyes became colder than ever. Swinging his sword straight forward, the energy on the sword shot out, flying straight at Tower Master Duke. It collided directly with the energy shield, creating a terrifying explosion. However, this flow of power was still not enough to destroy the shield, but at least it blocked Duke's next attack. The audience was amazed again. What was that? What did he just do? Without using weakness detection, playing another unique trick only he could think of, Seo Jun swung his sword to attack once more. This time, the glass behind Tower Master Duke shattered completely. The protective device inside began to emit a red warning light. Seeing this, the veins on Duke's face became prominent. "Do you think destroying that is the end?" "Naive. That is just a tool to refine infinite mana from the tower for me to absorb more easily." Hearing this, Seo Jun made a naive face. "You're panicking, aren't you?" Haha. Still pretending to be calm. The audience followed. Haha. Everyone can see it's over, right? The Tower Master saw Seo Jun's indifferent attitude, his eyes rolling back in anger. A rain of lightning struck the protagonist's position while he gathered strength and lunged forward. His sword was once again covered in lightning power, exactly as he guessed. That is the core. At this moment, the distance between Seo Jun and Duke was only a few steps. Duke sneered, a mediocre kid trying to use that old trick again. The next moment, Seo Jun attacked. But at the same time, Duke used teleportation and appeared right behind him. Haha, even forgot about teleportation. You're still a rookie, kid. He laughed loudly, unaware that the sword in Seo Jun's hand had already pierced through his body. The system immediately notified. Tower Master Ethereus Duke has been defeated. Rare reward. Item Token 34. All the viewers at this moment couldn't believe their eyes. What did he just read? Even predicted the teleportation position. Seo Jun smiled. The reward for this mission belongs to me now. At the same time, in another place, a voice spoke up. Finally, he defeated the Ethereus Tower Master. Next time, he'll definitely collect enough token pieces. Just wait and see. Team Leader Kim, is there any way to contact that streamer? Opening with a cinematic cutscene of the extremely magnificent cathedral, where high-ranking officers were holding a meeting. The sound of footsteps echoed steadily, signaling an important character was about to appear. Viola stepped forward to ask about the situation in Altion and realized someone had taken it upon themselves to clean it up for them. The targets were the rotten branches, the corrupt rulers, and 3 out of the 4 had been wiped out completely. They suspected it was the assassin team, but this style of execution seemed a bit strange compared to the usual. Viola showed clear interest. She began considering recruiting this mysterious character to her side. The officer expressed doubt, not sure if it was possible to sway someone like that. Viola pulled her hat slightly to cover her eyes, saying there was nothing else they could do at the moment. A meaningful smile appeared. She decided she would personally go to verify the strength of this saboteur. The video ended. and the stream's chat box exploded with curiosity about the event that had just occurred. Viewers scrambled to speculate, some claiming the video segment was triggered because this young man had just finished off the Tower Master. A diehard fan explained to the guys that the Order was the longtime rival, currently at war with the Assassin Guild. Needless to say, the gamers were hooked and competed to discuss the beauty of the new goddess Viola. Nameless calmly remarked that the game's main plot seemed to be truly moving now. Returning to the game, he was standing in the middle of Altion, but the streets were deserted without a soul. The space was so quiet that only leaves were blowing. Fans joked that at this time, who would dare to wander the streets? Nameless looked at the tower covered in band-aids and smugly declared that another assassination had been successfully completed. The audience took turns exposing him, saying this guy was too shameless. The admin just said this wasn't an assassination, but he was still claiming credit. While busy chatting, a huge donation of 100,000 won appeared from Ark's account, along with praise for his top-tier skills. Nameless unexpectedly turned to thank Arkansas. This time he seemed genuinely impressed by such a large amount of money. The chat channel immediately erupted when they saw Ark also watching. Our protagonist asked innocently, "Is this guy very famous?" Ark was originally a legendary former professional card gamer, having huge influence. Now he's an extremely famous game analyst, the real veteran in the scene. Nameless realized his audience was more diverse than he thought, but suddenly someone was following him. Suddenly, a hand from the darkness grabbed his arm. Nameless was jerked backward unexpectedly, not yet realizing what had happened. It turned out to be Christina. She appeared and called his name immediately. Just seeing the goddess appear, the guys in the chat turned around to support Christina immediately. She expressed gratitude because, thanks to him, the 3 rulers ruling the city had been wiped out. Christina produced a heavy bag of gold. Announcing this was the well-deserved reward for him. Nameless said, "No need," politely, but his hand had already quickly hugged the bag of gold and put it in his pocket. While happily receiving the reward, a greeting sounded from behind his back. A man with a serious appearance was leisurely walking up to start conversation. He introduced himself as Arthur Haig, manager of the Assassin Guild branch in Altion. The two shook hands. Arthur didn't forget to send warm thanks on behalf of all the assassins. He praised how the streets had become clean of enemies thanks to Nameless' effective help. The image of the guy's brutal cleanup earlier flashed back as proof of this compliment. The viewers felt proud by association, joking that their streamer was doing environmental cleaning a bit too thoroughly. However, the atmosphere suddenly changed when Arthur started getting straight to the point. His eyes became sharp, demanding Nameless stop assassinating the remaining rulers immediately. A dialogue selection box appeared, forcing the guy to give a response to this unexpected request. The audience already knew his personality well, waiting to see how he would talk back to this manager. Nameless looked at the screen, curiously asking the viewers how they knew for sure what he would choose. He nonchalantly chose the arrogant response, asserting they couldn't do anything without his help. No. A firm refusal rang out, blocking all suggestions. He added a critical hit, saying that without him, those people couldn't even touch the rulers. Arthur Haig closed his eyes and sighed, forced to admit the harsh truth the guy had just spoken. He explained further that if the last ruler was taken down, the balance of power would crumble and the order would run wild unchecked. Arthur lowered his voice, earnestly asking Nameless to wait a moment while the military proceeded to clean up Altion. Both turned and left. Arthur promised to contact him later while Christina waved goodbye to Nameless. He stood watching their backs, silently judging that this branch manager seemed a bit suspicious. The chat box began to analyze game lore, discussing whether the appearance of Viola's faction would change the Assassin Guild's battle line. Chibi Nameless waved goodbye to conclude today's session, making the audience regretful because the stream ended so abruptly. But he quickly corrected that he hadn't fully finished yet. He still had to show off the extremely important response letter from Ubisoft. The letter appeared solemnly with content, confirming the check of Jin Seo-jun's account. The conclusion was crystal clear. Absolutely no cheating software or game hacks were detected. He had been officially vindicated. The audience was overjoyed. Now the haters have no chance to crow about him cheating anymore. Nameless appeared mysterious again, saying he still had one important announcement to share with everyone. A hot editor recruitment notice appeared, requiring candidates with heart and experience. He officially announced he was looking for an effective partner to take care of the fast-growing YouTube channel. Nameless instructed everyone that they could send sample edits or personal video links via email for him to review. He called on those interested to quickly get to work to help the channel grow bigger and stronger together. The text ending the stream appeared, closing a day of live streaming full of fluctuating events. The game character smiled and said goodbye to the audience one last time before the screen went dark. Kong Seo-joon in real life breathed a sigh of relief, smiling contentedly after turning off the machine. He muttered about finally having to find an editor. The workload was starting to become overwhelming. The scene switched to a plate of golden, piping hot fried chicken. Truly the greatest gift after a stressful day of work. A friend of Seo-joon was sitting enjoying chicken and beer, his face clearly showing absolute satisfaction. The friend ate while asking about Seo-joon, frantically recruiting an editor for the YouTube channel. Seo-joon sat next to him, nonchalantly telling his friend to stop snooping on his streams. The friend suddenly suggested Seo-joon join his MCN company to be professionally managed. Seo-joon looked closely at the phone screen, looking a bit surprised by this enthusiastic offer. His friend said the CEO there was free tomorrow and wanted to invite him to a face-to-face meeting to discuss it while the iron was hot. Seo-joon nonchalantly refused, saying he already had another important appointment tomorrow. He revealed he'd just received an email inviting him to meet in person from the team leader of the game publisher Ubisoft. Hearing this, the friend's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what he had just heard. The shock was so great that his friend spat out all the beer he was drinking. Beer splattered all over the plate of chicken, making Seo-joon annoyed because his delicious dinner was suddenly ruined. The friend screamed, asking for an explanation, still not understanding why the publisher would personally invite a solo streamer like him to meet. The phone screen displayed the meeting invitation email from team leader Kim Yoon-chan, promising a big turning point for Seo-joon's career. Seo-joon stared at the phone screen, his face full of skepticism about the invitation email from the Ubisoft team leader. His friend sitting next to him also couldn't believe his eyes, just muttering that this must be an online scam. He asked if Seo-joon had accidentally done something wrong in the game that forced them to come and find him. At this point, Seo-joon suddenly remembered the fake hack report he had submitted for fun earlier, his expression beginning to look a bit stiff. Seeing his friend looking guilty, his friend advised him straight up that it was best not to go. He was sure the company was trying to lure him out to give him a warning or ban his account entirely. But Seo-joon thought more openly. Perhaps they would give him a thank you gift for being an honest player. He smiled at the phone. This optimism of his left his friend speechless. His friend pouted, saying what gift? Not getting banned was lucky enough. He firmly stated that the name, Nameless, was definitely on the publisher's blacklist. Ignoring the dissuasion, Seo-joon still showed up at the crowded cafe on time. Sitting alone waiting, he pulled out his phone to watch a live stream to pass the time. On the screen, streamer Alpaca was screaming miserably, begging the audience to let him go. He had been live streaming continuously for 22 hours and still hadn't passed the challenge in the game. Seo-joon looked at his poor colleague and felt pity for the arduous life of a streamer. Alpaca took the opportunity to ask everyone for a moment to use the restroom, as he could no longer hold out. Not wasting a single second, he turned on ads immediately to earn a little extra income. The ad popped up right on Seo-joon's phone, a scene all too familiar to the streaming world. This is one of the side income sources for streamers, even though the amount earned from it isn't much. These clips usually appear before the start or during the live stream to optimize revenue. Ad revenue is calculated based on the number of concurrent viewers watching the stream. For small streamers, earning a few cents from ads is a brutal struggle for survival. Seo-joon scrolled through the requirements to become an official streamer, seeing he had met almost all the criteria. His follower count and average viewership were both fine. He was just short on the minimum number of live streaming days. He began to worry that if he hired an editor, his living expenses would skyrocket significantly. The more he calculated, the more of a headache Seo-joon got from the financial puzzle of the future. Seo-joon sighed, realizing that every source of income from games had now become extremely important. While lost in thought, someone suddenly placed a hand on his phone. Seo-joon looked up and caught a gaze probing him from the person sitting opposite. A young man with a radiant face spoke up, wanting to confirm if this was the streamer, Jin Seo-jun. That young man introduced himself as Kim Yoon-chan, the one who had sent the email to meet him. Seo-jun stood up to shake hands, officially confirming his identity to the game company. As soon as he heard the name, Yoon-chan lunged forward to grip Seo-jun's hand, shaking it vigorously with excitement. It turned out he was a die-hard fan of Nameless, looking at Seo-jun with eyes sparkling with admiration. After the slightly over-the-top greeting, they both sat down, and Yoon-chan began to apologize for the suddenness. He explained that there was a very urgent matter to discuss directly with Seo-jun. Yoon-chan began to hesitate, his expression suddenly becoming difficult as he prepared to make the request. He suggested that Seo-jun temporarily postpone destroying the rulers in the game for a short while. This strange request made the atmosphere between the two suddenly fall into a baffling silence. Seo-jun asked for clarification, unable to believe his ears that a publisher would ask a player not to win too quickly. Yoon-chan nodded repeatedly, confirming that was exactly what the company expected of him. The reason was that the event trailer video wasn't finished yet. Seo-jun was speechless to learn he was so overpowered that the publisher had to humble themselves and beg. Yoon-chan nodded eagerly, promising firmly that the company would provide extremely worthy benefits to thank Seo-jun. He pleaded that he only needed to postpone finishing the game for a short while, which would be enough for them to complete their work. Yoon-chan threw out the first bait, an exclusive beta testing slot for the company's next game project. Not stopping there, he also promised to include a series of rare items in upcoming DLCs. Seo-jun looked at his eager expression and secretly wondered if this company was being too generous. He began to doubt the authenticity of the offer, given it provided so many perks to an amateur streamer like himself. Seo-jun held his head and asked again to be sure that the only condition was really just delaying the battle with the queen. Right? Yoon-chan confirmed for certain that that was all they needed from him at the moment. Seo-jun was silent for a moment, his gaze deep in thought about this too-good-to-be-true price. A thought crossed his mind about whether he was dealing with a bunch of professional scammers. But seeing Yoon-chan's fanboy expression, he felt the guy didn't look like a scammer at all, mostly because he didn't look very smart. Suddenly, there were clear footsteps approaching their table. Yoon-chan turned back to tell the newcomer that he had already said it. Who wouldn't be suspicious of an offer like that? A voice rang out, introducing this as the big boss of the entire company. Appearing before Seo-jun was an elegant man with an extremely confident demeanor. Seo-jun was truly surprised to learn that the big boss of Moviesoft had personally traveled here to meet him. He muttered his name, Yves Paimon. Yves Paimon smiled in greeting, with the composed manner of a successful businessman. They shook hands. Seo-jun was still amazed that the famous CEO was standing right in front of him. Yves admitted he was a bit worried about the terms team leader Kim had just offered, making Seo-jun suddenly feel a bit guilty. He thought to himself, I knew it. It sounded a bit too good to be true earlier. But unexpectedly, Yves offered an additional official sponsorship on top of the benefits mentioned before. The number proposed made Seo-jun nearly choke, at least 10 million won for a sponsorship contract. He broke into a sweat, wondering why they were investing so heavily in a rookie streamer who didn't even have his own channel. Yves pondered for a moment to find the most convincing reason for this bold decision. Finally, he asserted that this was simply a long-term investment that they believed would yield a huge profit. The CEO smiled radiantly, revealing that he and Yoon-chan had been quietly following Seo-jun's gameplay for a long time. His eyes were sharp, as if seeing Seo-jun's future explosion in the near future. A contract was placed neatly on the table. Yves wanted his company to be the first to reach out and possess his signature. Seo-jun realized this was a race to reserve a spot before he became too famous to approach. He took a deep breath to regain his composure before this once-in-a-lifetime, life-changing opportunity. Finally, Seo-jun decided to accept the terms and was ready to sign the contract. Yves nodded in satisfaction, then let Yoon-chan explain the details of the agreement more thoroughly. Yoon-chan immediately returned to his enthusiastic state, ready to serve Seo-jun with a bright smile. Yves curiously asked if Seo-jun planned to play any other titles after finishing Dawn, and he had a small suggestion. Seeing Seo Jun listening, he clasped his hands together, preparing to talk about the next plan. He asked if he had ever heard of a game called For Righteousness. Eve's eyes clearly showed sharpness and confidence when mentioning this project he was so passionate about. The scene shifted to a busy city street at night, where high-rise buildings were still lit up. A loud curse shattered the quiet atmosphere of the late night. Bang! A fist slammed onto the table in extreme anger. It was a girl with orange hair and an extremely indignant face. She screamed because her old boss kept nitpicking everything and calling it feedback, even though she had done exactly in Seo Jun style, as the old man had requested. She stared at the phone screen, showing a message telling her to go find another job. On top of that, the guy was planning to stiff her on the revenue. Reaching the peak of madness, she pulled her hair and vowed to take revenge and sue the boss for labor exploitation. In her anger, she immediately went to the job site Jobsria to find a new place, thinking that with her talent, there was no shortage of places to be courted. However, her eyes suddenly froze when seeing a very familiar name on the laptop screen. It was a recruitment post from Jin Seo Jun, who was looking for an experienced iTube editor. Her hands began to tremble with excitement, realizing this was the opportunity she had been waiting for. The indignant look from before completely vanished, replaced by a radiant smile as she realized her idol was recruiting. The list of tasks and requirements appeared in great detail. She was confident that she was the perfect fit for this position.